this just in. I opened my window just now because I realized it was kind of humid and... Hold up. Wait. I hope this doesn't do anything bad. Hold on, give me 1 second. No, it's not this. What is it then? What the hell? What the fuck? Is it just when I sit down here? No, there's something wrong. There's something very, very wrong. What is that? What the fuck? So many things are being weird right now. Hi everybody. I was gonna say I opened my window because it was getting... Also, I'm not talking. Hello? Oh, fuck. I'm stuck. What? Yeah, okay, yes, work, please. Nope. Something's wrong. What's happening? Something's wrong with me. What's happening? Wait, is it working or is it not working? I'm being very picky with when I want to talk. Is it? Oh, yeah, what the hell? It should be down here. Okay. Yes, I'm a real anime boy. Don't look at the settings. You're not going crazy. Huh, what was I saying? Hi, everybody. First of all, I'm late. Second of all, sorry about that. I don't know why that changed this. Ah! 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 I don't know why that changed itself. Third of all, what I actually wanted to start the stream off with, there's like this weird smell. I open my window and I'm like, it's hot, so I'm just gonna open it. I'm gonna turn on the fan for a little bit, and then I'm gonna let nature take its course when I turn it off, right? But like, I opened it and I was like, there's a smell. A smell has just started to waft in the room for some reason. From like the outside. I went up and I'm like, yeah, it smells bad outside. Great. Welcome to America, guys. I don't know what the hell is happening, but I want to close my window now, but it's too humid in my room for me to justify that. And the only reason why that matters is because my hair is still wet from when I took a shower an hour and a half ago. Really, it's kind of annoying, but you know, we're here. Huh. Gosh. What are we to do? It's annoying. Be frank, it's annoying. But here we are. And actually I might need to... You know, I'm just gonna do this now. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, because I know this is gonna bother me the entire time. Hello, gamers. You see this? You see this? I hope everything's working. Is everything working? Just give me 1 second while I... Okay, everything's working. So give me 1 second. One small second. You know what it smells like? You know what it smells like? I'm like imagining it in my mind right now. It smells like when you own like a hamster or a guinea pig or a rabbit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that when you have to buy stuff for it, and one of the things you have to buy is like that straw. That's what it smells like. But like add like a very small hint of like the yellowest pee. It's not great. I don't know what's happening outside. You know, I did hear like I did hear a wood saw. I don't know what they're called. But the hand saws they use for wood. I did hear one of those earlier today, which is wild because it just hit noon. They were doing that shit early in the morning. They don't want any of us to sleep, which is fine. Man. Yo, oh my god. Me saying that just reminded me of a story from Sunday, actually. So Sunday was a wild day. A lot of things happened that I really don't want to go into. Very private things. A lot of, like, all the intense things happened that day. But one of the smaller things that happened was that I actually slept through, like, basically the entire, like, morning / afternoon of that day. I had stayed up late the night before, and I was like, I don't want to deal with whatever's happening. So I decided to, with my cats in the room, go to sleep, right? And so one thing that I did that I haven't done in a while, so when my cats are in my room, right? What I do is, because I'm allergic to them, obviously, they're free when they're in my room, they're free to go wherever, right? I don't care. But when they're on my bed, I have to put out my second blanket just so they don't get hair on my, like, on, like, the stuff that I need to go to sleep. So, like, my pillow, my actual blanket, my mattress, my bed sheets, you know. Because if they get their fur on that shit, I ain't sleeping for the life of myself, or I'm gonna start, like, breaking out, right? So I do that, and I have to, like, and because I'm usually not in the room when they're in here, so I'm like, whatever, do whatever you guys want to do, I don't care. But this time I was actually in here, and I'm like, guys, I'm so uncomfortable because I was trying to sleep, trying to sleep on the bed, but everything was under my second blanket, and I didn't want to take the things out from under the blanket because my cats would have been like, oh, there's a new thing that we can rub against, and I'm like, no. So, like, for the first time in a while, I, like, raw dogged, like, going to sleep, which is just, like, laying on a surface. To be fair, it was my bed, right? But, like, it wasn't as comfortable as it could have been, and I was just like, how the fuck do I sleep? And I ended up falling asleep, but while I was asleep like that, first of all, my window was, like, wide open. I decided to just be like, my window is just gonna be open, like let the daylight come in. The window, I already have it not cracked, but I have it, like, big enough so, like, my full fan can, like, not stick out, but, like, start blowing air out and then coming back in. You know, if my cats want to go up to the window, so be it. So yeah, my window was open. Like, my blinds were off or were open. So if anybody wanted to look into my window, if they were at a good angle, they would have seen me asleep. So yeah, I did that. I fell asleep, actually. I actually did fall asleep, but I woke up in the middle of, like, the day because, yo, I don't know who it was, but my fucking neighbor's dogs, they were yelling a fucking storm for, like, an hour. I woke up and I was like, what's that noise? Like, I woke up in that, like, half asleep, you know what I mean? Like, that like, you were supposed to stay asleep, but something decided to wake you up, kind of wake up. So you're like, so I was like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, why am I still awake? And I didn't notice it at first. I was just like, I don't know why I wake up. And let me close my eyes again. And then I'm like, I'm trying to think of thoughts to go to sleep, right? And then, but all all my senses are engaging in this one thing that I'm hearing, and that's a fucking dog going crazy, barking constantly. And I'm like, what the fuck? I look out my window. I don't see it. I don't see the dog, but I'm like, yo, that dog needs to shut its mouth. I was tempted to close my window, but I'm like, my cats wouldn't like that. So I'm just like, whatever. So I was just like, okay, whatever. I think I did end up actually like going to sleep through it. Thank God. But yeah, that wasn't fun. Raw dogging, going to sleep, no blanket, no pillow. It's just like a soft surface. I hate that. I hate going to sleep without a blanket. That's so uncomfortable for me. I love my blanket, so the moment it's taken away from me, I'm like, is this real? Where's my soft embrace of a linen cloth? A linen? I don't know. Cotton. Giant sheet of something soft in order for me to comfort myself. That's all I need to go to sleep. You don't even need to give me a blanket. I'll do like the arm thing, you know, rest my arm under my head. It's all good. The second you take that away from me, though, it's really uncomfortable to go to sleep. But yeah, I went to sleep and then I woke up, right? And then I was like, should I go out? People were still here and they were still like doing what their thing. And I was like, nah, I'm not gonna go. So I decided to stay in my room. And I tried to go back to sleep. But then while I was laying on my bed, I started hearing like this heaving noise from like the side of my bed. And I'm like, no, don't tell me. And I'm like, God damn it. I look down, I see my cat fucking heaving, and I'm like, I can't groom you in here. Well, I can't like, not groom, but I can't brush her in here because I'm like, it's my room. If I brush you in here, your hair's gonna go everywhere and I'm gonna be sick for the rest of eternity. So no, I can't do that. But god damn it, why do you do this to yourself? You weirdo. And she ended up throwing up. She ended up having a hairball in my room. Great. All right. One thing to clean up. And then she ended up heaving again right outside my room because I was like, I'm gonna toss you out. Amazing. It's really annoying. So I let them out. I go downstairs. There's some stuff I have to deal with. So I'm like, oh well. So now I'm watching downstairs. The thing I didn't want to do. Right? And while I'm down there, I see my brother and my dad outside in the backyard, and I'm like, I wonder what they're talking about. They're like we have a storm door. I think that's what they're called. A door to the basement from like our backyard. And I see them standing there and I'm like, well, I wonder what they're talking about. And then my brother comes in and he's like, yeah, Emmy tried to run out. And I'm like, God damn it. This is why I keep them in my room. But I'm like, but Fifi, she's the one that threw up. I'm like, God, but she threw up. So I was just like, I needed them to get out just so I could clean it. Because, God, shit. All my buttons being pushed today. Shit. But yeah, honestly, it was mostly the dog thing. The dog thing was really annoying. I was just like, let me go to sleep, please. Bark, bark, bark. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Please, you want to stay awake? You want to stay awake so bad. No, God. Please. It's Easter. I don't care. It's only an excuse for people to come over and start drinking. I don't want it. Stay away. And I did end up going to sleep. But at what cost? What cost? Drink some water. But yeah, seriously. Wait, what is my limiter at? Sorry. Another thing that I want to be frank about, because I think I brought it up a few times already. Recently, at least. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I have been experimenting a lot with my audio, like my mic stuff, just because I haven't been really liking it so far. For a little bit at least, right? Especially when I started doing Stafford case, actually. I was like, man, I really don't like the way my mic sounds. So like for the past like 2-3 weeks, I've been messing around with it. And I think I've reached a good point. Honestly, I say that every time, and then I look back at the last stream and I'm like, damn, this sucks. Like literally every time. So yeah. And honestly, I don't even think it's my mic itself. I think it's the way I balance my audio with the game audio, my mic with the game. I think that's what's been my problem recently. But you know what? I messed with my mic so much before I had that realization where I was just like, fuck it. Fuck it. This is my life now. I tried to accommodate my mic for my desktop audio before realizing that my desktop audio was most of the problem. And you know what? Fine. Take it. Take it. I don't care. But yeah, really, it's annoying. Really, really annoying. Like, if there's anything wrong with my audio today, that is a big, like, hey. Fucking tell me immediately. Let me turn these off. Tell me immediately if there's something wrong with my audio. If not, we're good. Actually, I can just listen to myself talk right now. Right? Right? Gamer? Okay, I think we're good. As long as I like stand right here. That's another thing. My mic. Yesterday was a day where I actually like, instead of like being in kind of like this like limbo of like, I need to do I need to do so many things at once, and I'm like, oh god, I'm doing so little of progress of each thing, and I'm just like, nothing's happening. Yesterday I decided to just be like, I'm gonna just do something. I'm just gonna like, yesterday I was like, I'm just gonna sing, and I recorded a thing that I was supposed to do for like a month now, unfortunately. And then I also decided to try to do like another like short, because I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm already singing this. I might as well just try to do something else. Yo, tell me how. Because the song that I want to do a short for, right? Really high energy, really loud, very rocky. Rocky as in the genre, not Balboa. But yeah, I was like, I'm gonna try to sing this. Tell me how I was like, yo, I am so tired and exhausted. Like, I barely did anything. I was like tired. I was like sleepy tired too. I wasn't like I have no energy or motivation to do this. I would have done it if I'm not the type of person to, especially for like singing, I'm not the type of person to be like, I'm gonna do that, you know? That's what I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. No, if I'm recording, I'm doing it and I'm finishing it that day. But yesterday, man, I was like, I'm so tired. It is wild how tired I am. Really. Extremely tired. It might have been due to my sleep. It might have been due to like how energy the song was. How like I kept doing a lot of retakes because I was like, this isn't right. No, this isn't right. And it was a lot of the parts that were like really big, really loud. Which, if you haven't noticed, I'm not that kind of singer. I just try to experiment a lot. But yeah, I was so tired by like the middle of the recording, and I was like, fuck it. I'm This is where I'll stop. Huh, it made me so tired that I can feel how tired it made me now. Oh God, please do not let this be a sign. I ate a bit today just so, and when I mean a bit, I ate a bit more than I usually do today just to see if it could give me a little bit more energy today. Cause we're playing Stafford Case and I love Stafford Case. Actually, we have to do the thing today. The teaching. I'll open that up in a little bit when we're almost done. When we're almost gonna play the game. But yeah, man. I hate to say this now, right? But like that singing and like doing all the doing all the singing stuff, like the recording, it's tiring now. I can't believe it. I used to be able to crank those out. I was like, every day I'm gonna record something, but now I'm like, gosh, what's happening to me? I don't know. Maybe it was just the type of song that I was singing. It was really loud, and to be fair, I started getting really self-conscious about it like halfway through, because I was like, man, I've been stuck on this line for like the past like 15 minutes. My brother can hear me. My neighbors can hear me. I don't know if this is worth it. Yeah, I think there's also like a social aspect to that. Unfortunately, I've been doing this for so long, and yet here I am. My neighbors hate me. My brother will hear all of this, even though it was in the afternoon, which is the most appropriate time to be doing any of that stuff. Still, I was like, oh. But yeah, man. What's also been on my mind recently, just to stray away from that topic, because it's actually, I started getting tired when I started talking about it, weirdly enough. Stray away from that topic. Game releases. Games have been coming out, and they have caught my eye. Well, there is one game that's not out that's caught my eye. That's always been like in my eye. I don't know if I should say it like that. But it's a game that I was like, I want to play this if it comes out, and it comes out in English, because I'll be frank, the Steam page says that it's not supported in English, which makes it really sad. But I'm gonna add it to my wish list anyways, and I'll play it if it comes out in English. Please come out in English. But yeah, there's one game where I'm like, yeah, I want to play it. But then another game came out recently that I had no idea was coming out this soon. But yeah, but the 100 line Last Defense Academy came out, which for any Danganronpa peeps, any Danganronpa peeps in here, which if you're in this stream, you're at the right stream, because this is our detective murder mystery stream day. Yeah, it's the game that's made by the Zero Escape / Danganronpa peeps. And they've decided to come together to make a strategy RPG. A tactical RPG. That's the right word. Which is wild to me. I've avoided so much news of this game. I've even avoided playing the whatchamacallit. What's it called? What is it called? What is it called? The demo. Jesus. Brain fart. Yeah, I've even avoided playing the demo. I'll look at anything about the demo. It's because I was like, I want a full, solid experience of this. And, I don't know if I should have expected this or not. This game is a AAA game, so it is $60. So your boy is going to be waiting until it goes on sale. But yeah, That's definitely a game that I want to play. And the other game that I was just talking about that's not supporting English is non-English, so I don't know how to describe it. Or it's not even out yet, so we'll see if it comes out before it gets localized. If it doesn't get localized in English when it releases, I'll be like, it's this game, and then I'll be like, I'll wait if it does get released in English. If it doesn't, if it does, I'll play it. If it doesn't, I'll be really sad. And then I need to brush up on my Japanese, which is, gosh, I don't study. I like the prospect of learning Japanese, but I'm not a study person. I was a naturally smart person when I was in school. I got high grades naturally. I didn't have to study for them. Everything was easy. If it's not easy, I don't want to work for it. Gosh, I'm a gifted kid. Give me a break. I'm so gifted. You know, one of the song for that game, the one non-English, it has a theme song that they played during the trailer or during like the teasers and stuff for that game. And gosh, that has been going through my mind. I actually just talk about it this way. I don't know what it's called in English. I've talked about it before, but it's a game about like these like, I think they're supposed to be witches or people suspected of being witches. They're like taken one day to like an island and they're held prisoner by an owl and they're like, you guys are witches, you stay here in like a death game. And then like they do like the whole Danganronpa thing where it's like, you're staying here until one of you kills someone else and then you'll go free if you don't get caught. They kind of do that. Yo, Sock, what's up? That's fun. But yeah, that game has a theme song from like Dead Penguin. Oh, Robbins? That's my boy. He's not dead. He's just asleep. Just a tired boy. He has the condition where he falls asleep with his eyes open. And he sleeps with all of his gear on. That hat is giant. And it's also a Spanish Inquisitor helmet, apparently. He's doing fine. Don't worry about him. Oh, but yeah. Oh, I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? Fuck. I hate it. Is the little death. Don't say that. Because then people will be like, the people who love sleep, yo, our population would be halved right now. Don't be tempted. The forever sleep isn't worth it. The forever sleep. I was gonna correct myself. No, forever death is forever. Death is already forever. Or is it? I've been getting those constantly getting those YouTube shorts about the the hospital drama shorts. It's an expression. What face do you have to make in order to express that? Le petit mort. Oh. The little sleep. What? Oh god, he's little sleeping. Or he's little dying. Little dying? Little dying. Oh god. He's little dying. What are we gonna do? How sad? Is it sad? I don't know. No, it's fine. I don't know, wake him up, I guess. He's fine. Like I said, sleep isn't harmful by any means. I wish I could sleep right now. Gosh. I went to sleep yesterday with the intent that I was gonna be like, I'm gonna wake up at like 7 in the morning. And then I woke up at 1. And then I was like, this sucks. Really, what time did I go to sleep yesterday? I was doing like a bunch of stuff yesterday, and then I was like, I think I went to sleep at like 8 or 9, which is a normal time, right? Generally a normal time. But then like, you wake up at 1 and I'm like, why? And then I even tried to like, instead of like being like getting up and being like, what time is it? I was like, why am I awake? My alarm isn't going off. Let me go back to sleep. I couldn't, but I just couldn't. Also, I didn't do my dailies that day, so I just did them. And then I was like, okay, time to go to sleep, and I couldn't. It sucks. So I ended up just staying up and doing some work. Woke up, did my dailies, tried to go back to sleep. Couldn't go back to sleep. Decided to open up the computer, do some work. At that point, you know, sleep is a long dream away. Dream. I'm gonna watch it an episode. Go do that, man. Have fun with that. Does it? Like, I just needed to go to sleep in order to wake up later. It sucks. My body literally does the thing that I don't want it to do. Like right now, I'm tired. Let me not be tired. God help me. But yeah. I don't need to go into this dream. No dream. I haven't even been having dreams lately. Not only have I been sleeping inconveniently, it's been boring. I'm just like, what the fuck? You can't even entertain me? I did have... Usually when I dream, I have a nightmare. I think people know this already, right? I usually have a nightmare when I dream. If I dream at all. But I had like a good dream like recently. And it was like a weirdly like... It was a really weird like... like dream. Like good dream. It was a dream where like... Where I just got like favors from people. You know what I mean? Like the one thing that I very specifically remember, because the general gist of the dream that I took after I woke up was like, everybody like treated me cool, nicely. I was like, they did me like favors that I didn't ask for, and I'm like, what? Why are you doing this? But the one that I specifically remembered was that my brother like rehung the poster in my room because the poster in my room, it's like, it's not fully on the wall because it's held on by tape on the wall. So I'm just like, ow, what the fuck? So it's like drooping, and I haven't like reapplied it in like years, really. So it just sits there. But yeah, my brother, he was like, I put your poster back up, and I'm like, oh, thanks. If you want to know what poster it is, it's like one of those generic Hatsune Miku posters that you see everywhere. You know how there's like, I don't know if people know this, there's like a specific like set of Hatsune Miku art that's that's like I think it's specifically owned by Krypton, so they can make like merchandise of it. I think that's what it is, and I think this art is one of them. There's multiple of them. Like I had, and the reason why I know that it's like a generic, like it's not like new or like special or anything, is that I think I had, along with the Hatsune Miku poster, I have a Hatsune Miku calendar from like 2018 that has the exact same art on it. So I'm just like, okay, it's just Hatsune Miku, but it's this art, and I'm just like, okay. Last night I dreamed I was a parkour master. Do you dream of being a parkour master? Do you want to be good at parkour? What use is that gonna be outside of like running away from a police, a single police, or a zombie? That's fun. You can do that right now and be sponsored by Red Bull. you can do that right now and be sponsored, and it'd be very funny. Oh my god, I said that. I just remembered. I watched a short of a guy that was he was in like a little burrow in the ground, right? And he I don't know what he was doing at the beginning, right? But he was in there, right? Like either hiding out or like searching for something, right? But then he started filming, and I'm like, this is where the video starts. He started filming, and he turns the camera to the opening of the cave that he's in, right? Or the little burrow that he's in. And he films a brown bear just looking into the cave, and it's like, oh shit. Shit, something's about to go down. And like the slowest that he's ever been, right? And like in the most like life or death situation, he like slowly like moved towards the bear and was able to walk out of the little burrow in the ground with the bear at the entrance. Like he walked past it, like, and I was like, I can't believe he's not dead. Brown bears, they're the most ferocious bears. You know that? Are they? I actually don't know. It might be polar bears, actually. Most dangerous bear. Polar bears. Polar bears are the most dangerous. Can I get grizzly bears? Oh. Are brown bears and grizzly bears the same? Because there's black bears, right? Okay, what's a brown bear? Brown bear. Brown bears are real. Brown bear versus grizzly bear are the same. Oh, yeah. But the grizzly bear is a subspecies. Oh, okay. Okay, yes. I think brown bear is the hood, and then the specific one is grizzly. It was either a brown bear or a grizzly bear. All I know is that the color of its fur was brown and not white or clear, if you know polar bears. And then that he was able to get out safely. Bears are like the strangest creatures. They are so weird. The more you think about them, the more you realize that they're kind of... What are they? What are bears? Weirdos? I was just thinking this. I was like, they're kind of like bigger dogs, right? But bigger dogs are wolves. Wolves are bigger dogs. So like, what's a bear? It's one of those like, it's its own concept, but like, you know, we don't have a thing that it launches off of, like how leopards are bigger cats. Bears are bigger what? Marsupials? Is a bigger rabbit a bear? No. What's a smaller bear? Smaller bear. A rodent? No. Wait, no. Rodents are mammals. Smaller bear. Smaller bear species. Smaller bear related species. The sun bear. I'm only getting things about when I'm only getting things about sun bear when I'm talking about when I search this up. Hello, sun bear. This bear looks like a baby, like a human baby. Just if it had like paws for hands and wow, that's kind of scary actually. He has baby eyes. But he's like it almost looks like a cartoon. It's kind of wild actually. You know when a cartoon tries to like humanize an animal character to make it more relatable? That's what this looks like in real life. You guys can't see it. And I'm not going to share my screen for this cuz who knows what'll show up. But this is wild. This is crazy. Don't scare me like that, please. But yeah, what the hell? Bear. Bear. Yeah, bears are just weird. Bears are the weirdest things to me. This bear is crazy looking. His pupils are purple and his sclera is black. How does that happen? You need to check out your lungs, mister. Mister, you're going into cardiac arrest. Oh, it's tardigrades. Water bears. The only animal that can survive outer space or some shit like that. Bears are scary though. They'll kill you in an instant. What time is it? 12:47. Yo, but one of the things I was doing before stream actually is because the main thing that I was doing before stream today actually was I was singing actually. I was singing quite a bit today. But around like 9 to 10 o'clock, I was like, hold up. I'm playing Staffer Case today. And if I sing too much before I stream, I'm gonna my voice is gonna go out. Oh man, am I gonna be able to tire read today? Tired read? I'll be fine. I'll be fine. But yeah, I was like, my voice is gonna give out like halfway through this. I hope it doesn't come to this. Come to that, I mean. But yeah. I was singing a lot. Like I was coming up with ideas. I was mostly editing, but every time I had I either took like a small 5-minute break or I stopped editing. When I stopped editing specifically, that was when I was like, I'm gonna sing and try to plan out some stuff. That's when I was like, I'm gonna bail out halfway through this chapter. Because let's be frank, I don't know how long this is gonna take. And you know what? That's fine. I don't know how long this chapter will take, but as long as we learn something new today, I'll be a-okay. Like I say, this is a story I've already experienced, so do 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 da 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 do 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 do. What the heck? Okay, whatever. Okay, so what was I gonna talk about? Sorry, I got distracted with something. I started reading something. I'm gonna close Discord now. Close it. Is there something that I wanted to talk about? Oh yeah. I think this is not a serious topic, but more like a realization in the direction that I want to take the channel. For the people who hear this, it'll be, if you're watching this and you're regular to the stream, like it'll be like, yeah, it'll be like, oh, this is what he wants to do. Okay, whatever. But if you've noticed, I'm not a really big like. Slowly starting to realize that like over time, you know how batteries, I'm gonna use a battery metaphor for this. You know how batteries, when you overuse them or when you overstimulate them, right, they tend to be less effective. Like think of a phone battery, right? When you overcharge a phone battery, it gets worse, right? That is what my social battery is like. And I've been starting to realize recently that my tolerance for like talking, and I don't want this to come off the wrong way, right? I don't want to make it seem like I'm like, I don't like talking to people anymore. I don't like streaming, which isn't true at all. It is not true at all. But it's more of like, the more I stream and the more the longer I do, the more I sit down and I'm like, wow, my like social battery and my like desire to like, not my desire, but like in the moment, my performance like tanks, and I'm just like, oh God. Made me realize I'm like, maybe I'm not like, because I'm constantly watching people, not constantly, but I'm like, I usually like watch other people's streams and I'm like, I wonder what they do or how they do things, I wonder how they operate with their audience. And, I realize that I'm not like suited out for that, you know what I mean? I'm not like a social, I'm not someone who could lead a group of individuals in a community, So I'm like, what do I want to do, And I'm like, I just want to play the game, I like streaming in the sense that I like sharing it with people. That's like the one, and I think in a sense that's my sole reason for streaming. But like having to talk to people in the moment and like having to socialize with them, especially when I'm playing a game, is really rough for me. Not to say like I don't like it, right? I think it comes out like really. I think a lot of good moments come out of that, but like whenever I'm streaming a game and then there's also people to talk to, I'm like, it's tiring. My brain, it can only handle so much. So yeah, this isn't like an announcement or anything, or like any kind of like there's a major change to the way I'll be streaming. Like no more chat, It's nothing like that. But it's more of like I want to focus more on like experiencing a game for the first time with the people watching, you know what I mean? Which is why which I think is why I well, to be fair, I don't know why this general behavior and expectation is kind of normalized other than the initial thought of it. But like that's why I'm more okay with lurkers than like, I don't know, most people will be. Actually, I don't even want to say that. Every streamer should be okay with lurkers. Yeah, I don't want to say that. But like that's why I like the idea of lurkers that just watch like along in a game for the first time with me. Because I don't want to sit down, share my game experience with some other people, maybe people who don't have the liberty of being able to play the game themselves, or like they just want to see it's like someone's first time reaction or whatever. That's what I want my streams to be, not to be some kind of like show, unfortunately. Unfortunately, these streams aren't for show. That sounds dumb, but I hope you know what I mean. Like Stafford Case. I'm playing Stafford Case for the people who haven't been able to experience Stafford Case for themselves. Even though I've already experienced it, because this is my favorite game and I love playing it. And apparently there's some things about this game that I don't know about. Wildly enough. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because specifically I wanted to, whenever it comes to games like these, right? Games that don't have voice acting in them. Maybe is a time for me to kind of flex a bit of my vocal not prowess, but my vocal ability, you know. That's me. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. Okay. But yeah. It is almost 1. I think we can get started with the game. But first, you remember this. I hope you remember this. I did a good amount of work for this. There's birds going off outside my room. Outside my window. But look, it's our handy dandy little things list. If you don't remember, just a quick reminder about the gimmick of Stafford Case streams. Because I've already played these games, I've already played this game, and I know about everything that happens. I really am not gonna have like a lot of like really good reactions to this game. Like maybe there will be things that I forget. Maybe some things that I like from a first time perspective wouldn't have seen or realized without a second playthrough of the game, right? But just in general, I know everything that happens in the game. I know the general storyline. I know I know the main beats, right? So the main reason why I play this game on stream is, one, like I said earlier, to share it, but also I am doing a bit of reflection on this game because I really do like this game and its writing, and maybe in the future I'll work on something on my own time that will be not akin to this, but maybe I'll learn something from this game that'll be useful in writing or developing later on that I think is interesting, like interesting story hooks. Mainly plot. I'll be focusing a lot on the plot, the writing, the characters, the kind of stuff. Not the mechanics, but I will also look at the detective part of the game, the detective part of the detective game. But yeah, that's what this is for. This is a reflection list. Cross out things. Reflection list. Also, I really hope that my stream... How's the audio for the stream? I want to make sure that at least my mic is good enough for the stream. Because the first Stafford Case stream, as much... I don't know how people feel about it, right? But I want the mic to at least be good quality. Just so when I have to do the voice acting, which is immediately when I start playing the game, it'll be decent, all right? So, cool. Before we start, I'm going to close my window because I don't want my neighbors to hear me. So give me 1 second. We're going to go here. I'm going to put this up. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I wonder what's a Patreonable skill? I've been thinking about that recently, opening up a Patreon. Because, like, why wait for, because I've always said this. And honestly, I don't know why I use the word wait. I think I could very easily get to memberships if I like put in the work. But the work is very exhausting for me. I don't have the stamina for that. But yeah, like I've said this before, like if I could do membership stuffs, I would love to do like membership streams and stuff like that. But here we are. I don't have memberships. So I've been thinking, I'm like, maybe is there a way for me to like not get practice, but like something that'll help me put into perspective what is worth putting behind a monetary like paywall? Because I myself, for the past like forever, I've always been like this. I've always been anti-paywall. I I hate having to pay in order to see my content. Excuse me? if there if there's a paywall, I'll find a way to overlook it. Find a way around it. You know. I was gonna say something that will get me in trouble on YouTube. So that's all you need to know. But yeah, now that I'm like, I see why people now that I'm like, yeah, people do it, you know, for because it helps them live. I'm starting to think, I'm like, what would be worth, what in my skill set would be worth putting behind a paywall? I still don't know. I still don't. I just tried thinking of one right now and I couldn't. But yeah, that was something that ran through my mind because I actually opened a Patreon for a like an established company, like a company Patreon. I didn't think people did this, but apparently companies have Patreons and they like paywall it. They paywall stuff on it, and I'm like, because the Patreon that I was looking at was a actually is the game. Okay, wait, hold up. I have to make sure that the game is loud enough. Now, hold up, give me 1 second. Because not only did I mess with the gain on my desktop audio, I also messed with the I have a compressor on my audio that I have a compressor on my desktop audio that activates when I talk, right? So just give me 1 second while I sort this out. It sounds pretty okay, right? Sounds pretty okay. Just in case, I am going to. Where is my headphones? Where is it? Not my headphones. My phone. 1 second. I need to talk while I'm doing this. So, is there something that I can talk about while I try to audio test this real quick? You know, recently I'd say about a day or two ago, what's the word? Fuck. This is what happens when I try to multitask. Last night actually, no, the night before, I tried to, shit. What, no, my, before I went to go wash my face for the night, before I went to bed, right? I tried to use I have AirPods, right? Because I have a phone, I have an iPhone that doesn't have the audio jack. So like I have to use AirPods, and my AirPods are unfortunately like like slowly and slowly being destroyed. Not that I'm like destroying them on purpose, but like they're being worn out. And one of the things that happened on my one and only AirPod that still works is that the bottom of the AirPod, I don't know if you know what AirPods look like. There's a part at the bottom that's like a metal part, but that metal part of the AirPod is like it sticks out now. Like it disconnected from the white part of the AirPod, and now it's a black part that's attached by a ribbon. And I'm pretty sure it's the charging port for the AirPod when you put it into the case. Right, so when you put the AirPod into the case, it charges, right? But because it disconnected, the metal part disconnected from the AirPod, sometimes it doesn't work when you connect it to the case, and that sucks. Because it sometimes doesn't charge, and sometimes it doesn't connect when you want to use them. So I wanted to use them late at night when I was washing my face, but it wouldn't connect, and I got sad, and I was like, I have to get these replaced soon. Is it fine? Oh, it's fine. I think it's fine. I just want to make sure that my voice can be heard over the game, but the game isn't too quiet. That's all I want to make sure of. I think if it goes above 25, then it's too loud. So I'm going to increase it. I'm going to increase it a little bit, and then I think we're going to be good. I think we're good. Is there a thing in... No. Okay. I think, yeah, we're good. All right, let's get started. So, should I turn off my... I'm going to turn off my light for this, and I'm going to turn on my lamp. Actually, let me be right back. Sorry for stalling. Give me 1 second. Okay, so last time we played Stafford Case. We met everybody. We met Note. We met Redfins. We met we met Thena, and we met Brian. And we solved our first case, which ended up being a magic troop in the Trump Tower. And we ended up getting 2 different endings for that case, which I didn't know existed. And spoilers. I'm gonna spoil this now. There's 2 endings for every chapter. Apparently. I have no idea. I had no idea that there were 2 endings to each chapter. I just knew that I only know the main ending for each chapter. I went through my first playthrough without getting any of them, so... So we ended up getting both endings of the first chapter on the last Stafford Case stream, and we ended up finishing the case. The true ending, we ended up finishing the case. We realized that Geller was actually the actual culprit of the first case, and put her behind bars. And then we were officially welcomed into the Stafford lounge or whatever. The Stafford Detective Agency. So yeah. I think now we're gonna just move on to our next case. Pet shop. I remember this one quite clearly, actually. I think if I'm being honest, I'm pretty sure this chapter is my favorite of it's up there. It's one of my favorite cases, so good. Let's have high hopes for this. That sound. He's dead. He's really dead. How was it, you worthless piece of filth? I knew this day would come. Let's hurry. I can't let them find out I was here. This is all because of you, monsters. Whatever. I don't care. After all, it wasn't me who killed them. Ooh. London, Dartford Road, 1960X 1125 1030. Hi, Red Fins. Sorry, I kept you waiting for some time. Let's hurry back. What? What all did you have to buy? What? Is that right? What all did you have to buy? Is that how you say that? What all did you have to buy? Yo, we're two dialogues in, and I'm like, is that right? What all did you have to buy? Okay, let me just... Paper for the office, ink, 2 kilograms of tea leaves, you know, things. Sergeant, because all of these case files back here, there's already 0 room. Could we put all that in the trunk? You mean the boot? There's no room back there. That's where all the files of theft and... That's where we keep all the files on theft and robberies. Sometimes I feel like I'd be better switching places with those files. Is it that heavy? I feel like I'm being flattened. It's already been a month since I joined the Mana Affairs Division. Wow, it's been a month already. Good on you, No Trick. Because of the Trump Tower case, the others recognized my talents. But since they could solve most cases with their skills, I was given the task of reviewing cases and filling out paperwork. At times, I began to question my decisions leading to the point since that was exactly what I had done back at my old private investigator boss. I can't read right now. But still, I was satisfied enough just from being accepted as part of the team. I didn't think I'd get used to being a part of the Mana Affairs division so easily, but I felt completely adjusted to it all in just a month. Why do you... what's happening to me? First I question the dialogue, now I can't read? Excuse me. Why do you look so worn out all of a sudden? Huh? I'm not, it's just... I bought snacks too. So feel free to eat if you're feeling peckish. That's what smells so good. Sausages. You have to leave some for Thea and Brian, though. Do you not like sausages? No, it's the packaging. The pig's grinning from ear to ear. I was just wondering if he should be. Is that your issue? Isn't it normal for him to be? Not really. It feels like putting a big smiling human on a package full of a bunch of human meat. Hold up. It's too loud. I think the audio is too loud. Give me 1 second. You're going down to 18? Give me 1 second. Yep, okay. I think that's good. Sorry. Might be rather effective advertising for cannibals. And now I have to put myself in the cannibal shoes. When it comes to products, it's important to think of the needs of the customers. Anyway, there's not that much pork in the sausages anyways. 2 anyways in a sentence. Huh? What's this? Now that I'm taking a closer look, it says it only contains 0.2% pork. With only 0.2%, why not just leave it out altogether? A good con artist always makes sure they leave an escape route note. There's no such thing as a good con artist. What about me? Anyway, if the sausage is only 2% pork, 0.2% pork, what's the other 99.8% made of? Fish? Flour? Maybe creature meat? Uh-huh. I'm afraid to ask, but what did you just say? You mean creatures? Yet another new term? You don't know? This is rather bothersome, but I guess I should explain. You understand staffers and staff right now, right? If mana inhibits a person, we call them a staffer. If it inhibits an inanimate object, we call it a staff, right? That's right. Then on top of that, if it inhabits a non-human animal, it's called a creature. In the case of staffers and staff, the phenomena takes the form of random powers. Such powers are commonly referred to as skills. Creatures, unlike staffers, can't use skills. Instead, the phenomena manifests itself in the form of body transformations. To put it simply, it makes them bigger, or they develop particular characteristics. Something in that vein. Thus, some creatures get quite meaty, and with their excellent reproductive capabilities, they're often used as a source of food. And it's okay to eat. Though there have been no documented cases of creature meat having an adverse effects on human body, there are some like you note who prefer to avoid it since they view it as unclean. However, it's got a great taste with a low price tag, so those with little means are thankful for the meal. Ever since we commercialized creature meat, starvation has taken a steep nosedive. Well, when you put it like that. I'm trying to tell you it's fine to eat, but I didn't expect you to chow down with no objections. Well, since it's not bad for me, I've got no reason not to eat it. Surprisingly, no. It's actually quite delicious. Improving taste, the most important part of body transformation creatures get. Wow, that clarinet goes crazy. We're back. Hi, Brian, Thena. We're back? Oh, Thena. Hi, Thena. Hold up, am I gonna have to change the audio a bit again? I might have to. Sorry for this. I'm just gonna constantly going back and forth between this. I'm always like paranoid now that it's like too loud. Too low. Too loud, too low. Like if I'm talking now, it'll lower the volume, right? Okay, I think it's fine like this. Hi, Thena. Ah, why are you two so late getting back? We bought sausages. Woohoo! War strange. I love these. Is something the matter? Brian, well, one at a time. Detective Brian was called out to the scene and requested reinforcements. Oh, how'd you catch all that? Why would she talk with her mouth full of food if she thought we wouldn't understand? He said we should all come if possible. That means you too, Note. Me too. Seems as though there's a case that he can't solve with using his skill alone. What's the case? Where are we going? It's a murder case. It happened at a place on Listen Street, a creature management facility. The head of the facility, he was caught and eaten by a creature. Yay! Cut to title. Cut to chapter name. Pet shop. Moko. Thena. Case 2. Pet shop. Yay! Pet shop. Oh, we're running with Thena. I remember this. Note, are you sure you're alright not going with Pandy? She's your partner. If I ride in that car one more time, I might actually be crushed to death. Wait, did you just say that Sergeant and I are partners? Uh, I guess I was the only one who thought like that. Yeah, I guess that is pretty much the case, though. Hmm? Shouldn't that come as more of a shock? It's pretty obvious that you were trying to get a reaction out of me. Aw, someone's starting to build up an immunity to my humor. I think you're the only one who would consider that humor, Sergeant. Look, you two. You're getting along so well. Let's say we are. Then would you please explain the case? All right. For our two latecomers, I'll lay it out for you myself. Oh, do. The murder occurred at the creature management facility called Woods. It's a place where they raise creatures and do research on them. It's a privately run facility, but they go way back with the Bureau, so it seems they also pass some of that information on to the government. But at one afternoon yesterday, a body was found assumed to be the head of the facility, Jerry Thompson. Okay. I'm tired. How tired he is. More accurately, they found a hand that they're assuming to be Jerry Thompson's. You're saying a victim was eaten by a creature? That's right. His hand was found in his office, and the rest was found in a waste treatment facility where they dispose of the creature's excrement. The victim's office? It's in absolute tatters from what they can only assume was a large creature rampaging on the loose. It was there the creature caught and ate its victim. Not exactly a scene what I want to imagine. However, I clearly heard you use the word murder, right? If the victim was eaten by a creature, we can't exactly conclude it was murder, can we? I'm not sure of those details myself, but it seems the Wood facility faculty includes 3 staffers who keep their creatures in check. So there's a possibility a cover-up for a murder by one of the staffers. That must be what the higher-ups at the facility are thinking. This case is yet to be looked into by the police. Those higher-ups asked for us by name. Thus, I think we're going to have to investigate the scene of the crime more thoroughly than we did our last big case. We're already here, the scene of the crime. Well, let's hear the rest of the explanation straight from the horse's mouth. Oh, Brian, help me! Brian. I was gonna say they do a lot of talking. Not in a bad sense. I'll see you after after the chapter, right? But that's a lot of exposition. Not a lot, but like I'd say 20 minutes of exposition. Actually, that's not that much. If we can assume that this case is like 4 to 5 hours long, yeah, it's not that much at all. Oh wow. How can I even begin to describe this place? I figured it would be some sort of ranch, but it's got more of a factory feel to it. They did say there's some research going alongside the breeding program now. Thus the choice in interior design? But am I the only one concerned about the giant in that cage? What's gone into you, Note? You scared? That thing's stuffed. You're scared of a stuffed animal. Even creatures don't get that big. Are you sure? Of course, look here. Huh? Oh. Ooh. What? My hand! I still got my hand attached to my arm, right? Stuffed animal, my rear. That thing's alive. Blimey. And here I was hoping it was stuffed. I'm pretty sure. I cannot believe this. I can't believe I did this to myself. I think I gave the most British person my normal accent, and I gave the 2 other British people my British accent. Tina, you're so British that you un-Britished yourself in my mind. I'm sorry. Blimey. How could she assume her hope is a proven fact? Well, if you think about it rationally, there'd be no reason to lock a stuffed animal in a cage. Please, tell me that before I touch it next time. Ah, someone's coming. Two someones. Huh? Oh, you're all dirty. Hi, Brian. Ah, I see you've all arrived. What's that going on a moment ago? It was just Tina almost having her arm bitten off. But who's this with you, Brian? Ah, this here is the facilities. Wait, what did you just say? uh, what? Hello there. Welcome, welcome. Or actually, no. That's not the energy you give. I didn't think you talk like this. Why, hello there. Welcome, welcome. You all must be from the Manners Affairs Division. I'm the Vice President of Woods, Researcher and Security Officer 9 Beck. I'm also the acting head of the institution as things stand. So if you have any questions, feel free to call me up. Sergeant Redfin's at your service, and your name was... 9 Beck. I just told you. I'm sorry. I've sort of stopped listening in the middle since you were droning on so long. Quite the sense of humor you got there, Sergeant. I hear that quite often. That's a lie. Shall we start by checking the scene of the crime? Since you're the vice president, acting president, and security guard, it shouldn't be hard for you to get us in there, right? And perhaps, is there a room we could use as our field office? Ah, if that's what you require, then you can use lounge number 2, which is located directly right next to the scene of your crime. Great. I'll prepare the room for interrogations. No, I'll take care of that. I doubt I'll be much help this time. What? What's that supposed to mean? I'll explain later. Sarge, is that alright with you? Seems like you've got something irking you. If you must. Then would you like to come with us to the crime scene, Tina? Sure. Okay. The gang's rolling out, except for Brian. Brian doesn't want to hang out with us. Brian, save me! 2 lunatics are with me. Oh, look, the hand is right there. Oh, you guys can't see it. The chat box is covering it. Good. It's my own sensor. This wasn't the way the place was This wasn't the way this place was decorated originally, right? I figured the place would be a bit of a mess, but this is far worse than I expected. It's a disaster. We've kept the room preserved exactly as it was. This is how it looked like when Miss Moko came upon it. Who's Miss Moko exactly? Ah, I forgot to talk about her. Liza Moko. Liza Moko. One of our handlers here at the facility. She's in charge of the reptile wing. Then this Liza Moko was the first one on the scene. Well, then investigate to your heart's content. I simply cannot look at this any longer, so I'll attend to other businesses. Indeed. Do as you will. Note, are you alright? This is your first time you've seen a crime scene turn up this bad, huh? I'm fine. When I think of this as a criminal investigation, I get strangely calm. Speaking of which, Detective Tina, you don't normally see the crime scenes. You look quite composed yourself. Well, for me, I saw a lot more of this when I worked at probations. This is enough to draw a reaction from me. Probations? Tina started in another department. Then she moved to the Men Affairs Division about 4 years ago. That's the first I'm hearing of this. What's probation handle? Good old probations. Short for Probations and Rehabilitations Department. Probations, right. That's the department that carries away the criminals once we close the case, huh? When I worked there, I had a reputation for being a bit much to handle. I've got a dark past. Huh? Darker than this? Shilling for your thoughts, huh? Nothing of note. This isn't good. I came here to do a memory survey, but my mind is holding up onto one intense memory that's drowning out the rest. An intense memory. Indeed. A man screams. The sounds of bones crunching. The inhale and exhale of a large beast. That hand over there is all that's left of the corpse, huh? The rest of it, perhaps... When I heard that he was eaten by a creature, I couldn't really picture it in my mind. But after seeing the state of this room and that creature back there, I can't not picture it. I'm feeling a little queasy. I'm beginning to understand what happened here, but I don't see a single clue that'll help us identify a possible murderer. From the look of it, one of the creatures went straight for the victim. We need more information on our suspect. Let's join Brian for now. All right. He's probably gotten the room ready for my interrogations by now. Once we have a room, setting up doesn't take all that long. Okay. Okay, we're just being dragged around right now. Athena's got a... Oh, Beck, you're here too. I thought you were taking care of other shit.
Hello! The lot of you are finished with your interrogations already. As expected, the Bureau does work fast.
Mr. Beck, why are you here? I called him in. If we're going to question everyone, I thought who better to start than the vice president? The other two suspects should be with us soon.
Well then, let's get right to it. Here's my Bureau file.
He's the first to hand over his file to me directly. Mr. Beck, your skill is coordinate-based object transmission. Threat level S... I'm gonna make sure I say this right. I remember the name. Hold up, give me 1 second. 1 second, just give me 1 second. 1 second. Is it Estienne? Estienne. Estienne. Oh. Oh, I said Estienne. Okay, it's Estienne? Okay. Estienne. Threat level Estienne? That's one above the... It's one above Colt. Skill dangerous for... As an armored tank. Tank. Sorry, you're losing your accent, Redfins. It's the highest level ever shared with public. What sort of skill do you possess exactly?
With my skill, I could take an object within any range and teleport it to any other location within range. But showing you would be faster than trying to explain it 100 times. Bam! How's that? That's pretty much it. Ooh.
Did she just hit him? Quite the painful location for that.
Sorry to surprise... Ooh!
Did she just hit him again? Right in the same place. In such cases, the damage doubles. Let's divide into two groups. Brian and I will take a look around this facility. Athena and Note will continue with this man's interrogation. Understood? Then let's go. We may be in for this one, though I haven't had any time to properly explain why. Anyway, I'll leave what documents I have. I'll have my spork upside down, so feel free to contact me if you run into any troubles.
Surprisingly, she's quite the light puncher.
No, it's that she normally prefers verbal attacks.
Mr. Beck, did you perhaps mess with Pandy? Pandy, yes. I may have laid a hand on her shoulder.
That explains it. Sorry, the sergeant doesn't like to be touched.
It's quite alright. I was the first to cross the line.
That reminds me. The sergeant said that she suffers from germophobia, right? That's why she didn't shake my hand. Germophobia? That's not why... Well, I can't be sure, can I? After all, I'm still in the middle of my studies in psychopathy. 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 I mean, Penny's been in her fair share of situations, but you have to ask her about all that later on. Now that I'm thinking about it, we've been working together for a month now, but I still know almost nothing about the sergeant.
Well, shall we take a look at Mr. Beck's statement? Oh, right, of course. What should I tell you about?
First off, it'd be good to start off with how you found out about the incident. Here, you may rest your hands on this table and feel free to speak from a place of tranquility.
Righto! Leave it to me!
Oh, I love to see a cooperative mindset. Let's go.
Indeed, let's!
Speaking from a place of tranquility, what's that supposed to mean? Statement time. Ready, go!
It was somewhere between noon and 1 when Miss Moko's scream echoed through the facility. Right when I heard the sound, I ran as fast as I could towards it.
Oh, you liar. You lying. Immediately.
Though, I was the last of the scene. When I saw the battered door to the office, I had a feeling something bad had happened. When I saw all that blood, my legs felt like rubber. That's when I found out that Mr. Thompson was dead. Yeah, that's all I can remember.
Let me just save. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Was that enough?
I guess we'll see about that now. Note, consider this a warm-up. Do you remember how to use the information I collect during the statements? Of course. When our witness is worked up or lying, we can detect fluctuations in their heartbeats. So if there's a statement I think may be false, I just have to connect the statement with the abnormal heartbeat, right?
Well, take a look at the statement and see if there's anything that stands out to you.
The fact that you lied about... You liar? I know you lied. Why you lying, huh? Why you lying? You ran as fast as you could? No, you didn't. Don't lie to me.
So, while you were combing through his statement,
Right here. There's a lie in his statement.
You found one already?
Yep. Are you surprised?
Come to think of it, you're just that sort of bloke, aren't you?
Bloke. I guess I forgot over the course of a month.
Excuse me, but about this lie, what are you getting at exactly?
Don't you already know? Mr. Beck, the part about you running to the scene when you heard the scream, you're lying.
Wait, how did you come to that conclusion? Do you have any proof?
The proof is this abnormal heartbeat detective Athena detected, but I can't let on that we're using skills just yet. How should I proceed?
You're not as smart as you look. Excuse me?
If we were bluffing, do you think we could have pointed out the exact part of your statement that was false?
And speaking of us, we're already dead certain that you were lying.
You shouldn't keep on questioning us about every single little thing and casting suspicion.
You should be telling us the truth. That's your job in this.
Detective Athena is a surprisingly good speaker at times like this.
You see, it's a bit embarrassing. You're right. In truth, I couldn't head directly to the scene. I was in a situation I couldn't get away from.
Yes, of course. So what were you doing at the time?
Well, due to the nature of this facility, I don't think I could tell you that.
If you try to back out now, you only cast suspicion on yourself after all. In our eyes.
Yes, I am terribly sorry. Yet, it is my understanding that we have an agreement with the Bureau to not speak about any confidential information regarding the facility, no? Perhaps it was the chief inspector I spoke with? I got his permission. He said something about being your boss. Yes, indeed.
Then, shall we put a pin on that discussion for now? After all, we should be hearing from your other suspects.
Indeed. You've both been terrific. I'll be seeing you.
Ooh, I don't think she's happy with that one. Detective?
Chief,
Calm yourself. We barely begun our investigation. Right. But the fact that Beck is hiding something shows us that we got a huge harvest to reap, right? The chief, though. Someday I'll
get the chance to legally let him meet his maker.
Chief, I'd like to offer up an early prayer for your passing. Stop lying. What's that sound?
It sounds like it's coming from outside.
There you are.
Detective, sir, ma'am. You can take this human here into custody.
Oh, shit. Two new characters. I can't think of a voice for you.
No, they cannot. This man, he's the real criminal. Don't let him fool you.
Excuse me?
What are you two doing?
Here now, the both of you need to calm yourselves down, first of all, and...
Hell, to see someone so brazen in this wide world of ours, you've exceeded my expectations once again. I'm genuinely impressed. Bravo, bravo.
Bravo, really?
I said calm down, calm.
Sorry.
You only have to say it once. Why the need to repeat yourself?
Well, at least you're calm now, right?
I'd appreciate it if you'd refrain from shouting. You'll scare the creatures. Excuse me, you know what? Let's just move past that.
Come to think of it, Brian mentioned sending 2 more suspects. That must be you two.
Suspects? I don't like the sound of that. I'm the handler in charge of the mammals. Kendrick Hase.
And I'm in charge of the reptiles. The name's Liza Moko. Liza Moko. I feel like I've heard that name before.
Yeah, you have.
Dina, you're smart. Dina, you're smart. Please. You were the first on the scene, right?
Yeah, that's right. Of course. Then let's start with Miss Moko. No. No. You should hear what I have to say first.
Huh?
I have no... I can't get a... I have no idea what lie she's about to spout off. What am I supposed to do if she slanders my name?
It's quite alright. We'll fairly... Just do as this lunatic says.
Alright then. Huh? Why are you giving in so quickly? You have something else up your sleeve? Seriously. Then you go later.
Okay then.
Not a chance. Aha! That's playing right into your hands. I almost fell for it. Nice try.
No, you know what?
Yeah, you pillock. I fooled you. It was a trick. And hell's bells, you caught me.
No, seriously. I'm trying my hardest not to wield my gun right now.
Calm down, you two. Calm. Stop repeating yourself. No more repeats.
You loon. You just don't like to be around me because you think I'm unclean or some nonsense.
Sure enough. So, shall we start with my statement?
Is it really over? It's over, right? Done? Finished?
You really only need to say things once.
No, this guy's the criminal, right?
I understand where you're coming from, but you can't let your emotions cloud your judgment.
My word. My word. Detective work really takes it out of you.
Shall I explain how I know Moko is the culprit?
No. Please start by telling me what you were doing at the time of the incident in question. After that, we'll get to each of your experiences and why you're butting heads so often.
Okay. I guess we can do it how you bureau detectives insist. Testimony. Yay! My job here is mostly consists of looking after all of our mammals. I've got quite the collection of mammals we breed here. But I heard screams coming from the reptile wing. And, of course, it was Moko who's in charge of the reptiles. Anyway, I headed in the direction of the screams and found all that madness. I could tell right away that someone had been killed. The last time I saw Mr. Thompson was at 11, so that gave Moko 2 hours to kill him. There, I told you what I wanted to know. I told you what you wanted to know.
It must have been hard to take care of all those mammals by yourselves, huh? I imagine you must have some pretty big creatures. No, actually. Thanks to my skill, it's not that hard at all. I find it quite pleasant. Uh, do you have a skill that helps you take care of them? Of course. It's because of that skill that I got hired. I got hired on. Note, his bureau file is among the files Brian left behind. Mr. Hawes, your skill is possession type animal manipulation. And your threat level is also SDN. Correct. And thanks to that threat level, life has been hard. I'm only allowed out during my allotted times, and even then, it's only along the route designated for me. That must be difficult. Well, it is what it is. After all, my skill led me to this job, so it's not all that bad. Surprisingly loyal, this one. Possession type animal manipulation. So basically, you're able to control animals? Of course. What else would that mean? True. Could you show us your skill? Uh-huh. That might be hard right at this second, don't you think? Uh-huh. No reason to get worked up though. I mean, I just can't reach. Can't reach what? Hold up a minute. I've got it somewhere. Found it. Take a look at this. It's a blueprint of the facility. We're in lounge number 2, right? The mammals, the catalyst of my skill, is just down this hall. That's the mammal wing. That's exactly 4 meters away. Yes, and it just so happens that 4 meters is the range of my skill. Even if I were to put my hands on the wall and try my skill, it'd never reach the entrance of the mammal wing. That's why it'd be hard for you to show you. But if you would accompany me to the mammal wing, I could then. So that's what you meant. I was just about to kill you before you got to the point of that one. Well then, please head back to the mammal wing for now. After we question Miss Moko, we'll head that way. Alright, pardon me, bud. Yes? I mean, it's just, I'll wait back where I was, but don't you trust the word that comes out of that woman's mouth. What was that all about? What was that? What was that about you being about to kill him? What do you mean? Never mind. He didn't say any. He didn't make any strange claims, did he? Nothing strange, but quite enough to get me all worked up. To start, we just asked him what he was doing at the time of the incident. We're going to ask you the same thing. Why is a person like that even working here? He seemed proud enough to. He seemed proud enough of his work here to be as a handler. That's the part that gets under the skin. I can't read. My English proficiency being tested. I don't get it. The thing is, I don't. Dina's getting worked. She's like getting worked up and like getting angry at him. I don't know why. Is there something that I'm missing about that? Right? I don't know if I think I might just be missing something. It seems unwarranted, is all I'm saying. That's the part that gets under my skin the most. You can treat the livestock like humans, but you can't treat humans like livestock. I just can't see what he likes about those monsters. Then, this work doesn't really suit you, Miss Moko? That ape is the only one who finds this job enjoyable. Do you know what it's like being welcomed every day by 4-meter-long monstrosity? We saw that giant creature outside the reptile wing. Are there similar creatures on the mammal side too? Yes. They've got one absolutely covered in fur. I had no idea they got that big. I figured it was stuffed, which almost led me into a spot of trouble. It's natural to be ignorant of that fact. After all, those things are for military use. Creatures are used as weapons? They were quite useful at the beginning of World War I. Whoa. Yeah, I guess so. I guess there'd be like a correlation. Huh? Right? Yeah, we used those creatures in World War One. What? They're easier to mobilize than tanks. They also devour a person faster than you can say Bob's your uncle. Though I never expected it to be Mr. Thompson who proved the story's true. Of course, that's how the victim died. If you hate creatures that much, why work here? The money. That makes sense. Right when the boss man saw my skill, he made me an extremely generous offer. Plus, there was nowhere else that wanted me. Speaking of which, your skill, Miss Moko, let's see here. Command-based animal manipulation. That's pretty similar to the skill on Mr. Hall's file, huh? Honestly, they're practically the same skill. We're both just controlling the animals. Would you like me to show you? Huh? Is that alright? Sure, just give me a second. I'll call one over. Sure is taking a while. It seems like she's here. Would you open the door? What? What's this? A turtle! She's adorable! Aw, hey! Why are you still in the cage, though? Look at that guy! I wish I could see him without the cage. Can I see the turtle without the cage? Turtle without the cage is a turtle without its shell, which is really morbid because the shell is like its body. This is the animal I first saw locked in a cage when I entered the woods facility. This is a pet creature. She's the only one worth looking at in the whole reptile wing. Would you like to pet her? I can make her stay still. Can you make her do some somersaults? I can't give her orders outside of simple movements. Plus, I don't think she has the body composition for that. So you can even control animals you can't see? Yes, it's possible, generally speaking, if I know their approximate location. That doesn't just go for me. I'm sure it's the same for people with most skills. I'll send her back to the reptile wing now. Have a safe trip back. With that skill, I bet you can make the perfect animal handler. I do. Feeding the creatures for the military would be especially hard without it. They eat an enormous amount of food, so we have special feeding areas for them. Thus, we use our skills to move those animals to their designated rooms during feeding times. That last part. Could I get that on record? Sure. I'll mention it again when I talk about how I came upon what was left of the body. Great. Well then, rest your hands on this table and speak from a place of tranquility. Again, I'm gonna bring this up later, too. Some of the dialogue in this feels kind of awkward, no? I think it's mainly because, first of all, this game is Korean, right? So, like, it's a Korean game, they translated it to English. I don't know if their localization team was giant, but you know, I think it's similar to Yangtze River, translation. Which, you know, it's still understandable, but it may or may not get in the way of gameplay later. So that's the only concerning part, but I'll talk about it more when we finish the case. If I remember. The creatures we breed for the military are violent and will eat anything in front of them, so it's quite difficult to feed them in their cages. That's why we prepare their meals for them in a separate containment area and then move them that way. They can weigh over 100 kilograms, but they're quite easy to move with our skills. While the military creature feeds, I rest in lounge number 1 next door. When mealtime is over, I return the creature back to its cage and return to the reptile wing. The skill Halls has is similar to mine, but for some reason his threat level is higher than mine. It's normally around 1 o'clock when we finish feeding the big ones. That's when I found out that Mr. Thompson was dead. I think that's it. I see. I'm beginning to understand just why you and Mr. Hawes thought each other as culprits. What? Why is that? For that, we need to we first need a good understanding of the layout of the facility. This facility divides its creatures and their care into two wings, one for mammals and one for reptiles. The reason they laid it out that way is probably due to the special characteristics of their animal handlers. Really? The woods breeding facility divides its creatures into... I mean, they're catalysts, right? Can I do both? I could probably do both. But yeah, it's a catalyst. They can only work on one or the other. You only work on reptiles. The other guy only works on mammals. 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 That's a really specific, like... That's a really specific, like, what's the right word? Classification. Because of their catalysts? Miss Moko and Mr. Hase, they both have skills that allow them to control animals, but the subjects of their control, their catalysts, are opposite. Miss Moko's skill allows her to control reptiles, while Mr. Ha's skill allows them to control mammals. That's why this breeding facility is separated into the reptile wing and a mammal wing, and also why each wing is left to the person able to use their skill to control them. Yes, that's right. From what I heard, they originally didn't have the creatures separated by reptile and mammal, managing to care for them regardless. Oh, I see. What's all this have to do with our case, though? Just as the breeding facility is divided into two wings, the crux of this case is also divided between two areas. The crux? Yes, in a way, you could say that they act as murder weapons in this case. They're mentioned several times in the documents we've drawn up. Are they? Two halves of a weapon. Since the breeding facility is divided with a wing for reptiles and a wing for mammals, the core of this case has been divided into two halves. I remember it mentioned in one of the handler's statements. What lies at the core of this case that led to the victim's death? What? They can wait. Creatures are violent when we eat anything in front of them. This? Is it this? It is that. Okay. They'll eat anything that's in front of them. The creature's bred for the military. Miss Moko, there's a military creature in the mammal wing, but you're unable to control it, right? So for that one, it's up to Mr. Hase to do the controlling, right? Yes, he controls his much the same way I do mine. And just as I rest up in lounge number 1, the number 1 lounge, Hase would have been sitting here in the number 2 lounge while he used his skill. Of course. So in other words, you and Mr. Hase have one military creature each that you're responsible for controlling. It's possible for each of you to move your creature to shit. What was it? To move your creature as you wish. Ah, that's why you called them murder weapons. The crime scene is where you found the remnant of the body. The crime scene where you found the remnant of the body was an absolute wreck, as if something had been let loose to rampage inside there. Miss Moko, when you saw the crime scene, you believed it to be one of the military creatures that had carried out the crime, right? I did. And there lies our problem. We have 2 people able to send a military creature into that room. Moko and Hase. That's what Miss Moko wished to tell us. She wanted to say that she wasn't the killer, so it must have been Mr. Hase who killed him. That's what Mr. Hase presumed as well. If he wasn't the killer, it must have been Miss Moko who sent her creature to Mr. Thompson's office.
the two possibilities. They're completely opposed to one another.
That's right. With our two suspects, in order to prove their own innocence, they each had no choice but to accuse the other of being the killer. Not exactly true, but it's understandable. They did not have to do that, but I think in terms of like them being people, it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I have a general sense of what's going on. This case is more complicated than I thought.
However, we may be able to solve it surprisingly easily.
What? You think so?
It's obvious, but the creatures in the reptile and mammal wings are completely different classes of animals. Their footprints are easy to distinguish. If we can get the prints from the creature who attacked the victim at the scene of the crime,
We'll be able to see which creature gulped the victim. That will lead us straight to our culprit.
indeed it will.
It's really that simple? All we need to do is ask Brian to make a trace photo and then we're done. Hey, Brian!
Don't start yelling out of the blue. You scared me.
Sorry. Where are you? We just uncovered a huge clue.
I'm in the memo ring right now with Saj. If you turn left once you leave the interrogation room, you can't miss us.
Okay, we're on our way. We're going to wrap this case up in a jiffy.
All right, just don't run. We don't need you taking another spill.
What? Okay. Our little friend Brian seems down in the dumps for some reason.
You think so? Come to think of it, Detective Brian has been looking like he's been wanting to say something. I just hope he doesn't have anything too big on his plate.
Normally, if someone's saying that, it's big.
Brian, it's okay, Brian. Brian, you're my buddy, right, Brian? Brian's my friend. Oh, look at that. Look at that guy. What is that? He looks like a bear, but he has like a dog face. You see that? Oh, you don't see my mouse. But like behind the lock, you see he has like his nose. He has a nose, his ears. He also has the like the eyes that you can't see his eyes, but he has like his eyebrows cover his eyes. And a mustache. Look at him. Oh, woof. Oh, woof. Oh, woof. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Is that everything?
Yes. And I'm absolutely ashamed of myself.
It is rather cumbersome.
Of course. We do have a problem, don't we?
Note.
Note. Are you already done with the interrogations?
Sort of. More importantly, though, Note says he can solve the case.
That's good news. What did you need from me? Detective Brian, you've created a trace photo of the crime scene, yes? If we could see the footprints of the creature that entered the crime scene, we'll know who her culprit is. From that response.
What's wrong? You make me nervous. Before I explain, take a look at this. It's a trace photo we recorded of the memo wing just a moment ago.
Huh? There isn't a single footprint. That's bad news. This facility is particularly concerned with sanitation, meaning there's a system that automatically cleans the entire facility at regular intervals. Every day at 3 p.m., sluice gates in each room slide open, and the debris that has been collected on the floor is washed down the drain. Oh no. After our victim was killed, the system activated a single time, so we have 0 footprints in the whole facility.
What? Then our creature's footprints
are gone. That's why he said he wasn't going to be much of help before. Thus, I must apologize. It seems my skill isn't going to be much of use for this case. It's no reason to apologize, do you? You have no reason to apologize, do you? You don't really have any fault in all this. I'm afraid I do. Whatever the reason, I am able to carry out the job that has been assigned to me. This is no matter of fault. It's a matter of confiding in someone, and in these circumstances...
Don't worry about him. He gets like this sometimes. I thought he was starting to get better about it, but anyway, these suspects are really grinding my gears. Let's stop with the belly aching and get to investigating. Here, help me out with this.
No, this is a matter of my skill. I don't think you'll be of much help.
Oh, whatever. Get out of here. Or get over here. Ugh.
Well then, shall we investigate the scene? Are you okay, Sergeant? Regarding what? Never mind. Never mind. We're going to do a memory survey of this place, right? Indeed. If you see anything of interest in memoing, just let me know. I'll read the memories of this place. Memory investigation. Yo, Sock. What's up? I was looking at tweed checkered suits. Tweed? What's tweed checkered? Oh, look at the pig! Yeah, I don't know. Like Tweedledee? Like Tweedledum? Tweedledee and Tweedledum? I know those guys. Hold up, let me search up tweed checkered. Ah. Oh, that's what this is called? Ah, I had no idea. That's fun. You going for a look? Going for a look? Damn, that's $8,000. Tweed is a kind of fabric, yeah. You looking to drop $8,000 on a tweed on a tweed suit? What is this called? Wait, hold up. Valentino Caravani. $8,000. Oh, is it the 6 diamond buttons on it? That might be it. I can afford that easily. Yeah. That is a giant amount. As you don't need it. It's okay. Designer clothes like that is too much. You can get away with a Burberry that costs like, I don't know. The most that I would spend on an article of clothing is like $200 if I really like it. Like, and that means I super like it. That's a fart. I got a gazillionaire in my chat. Look at this gazillionaire. You're too rich to be here. Now I wanted to get a 3-piece suit for $300. Oh, that's reasonable. That's fun. Yeah, that's good for a suit. Yeah, oh, man. I'm trying to think how much my suit was. Fuck, I don't remember. I don't want to remember because I remember it being a lot, unfortunately. I got it made to measure too. Ah, man. That's way cheap. That's a good deal then. That's a really good deal. I would want a deal like that. Ah, man, how much was my suit? I don't want to think about it. My parents paid it for me when I was in high school. And I wore it to basically every occasion that I could just to get my money's worth. But gosh, did it cost a lot. And I hope it still fits me. Because, I'll be frank, I've lost not a significant amount of weight, but I've lost enough weight for me to be like noticeably thinner. I can't imagine you being a suit person. God damn it. God damn it. Frilly skirt, apron, the headpiece. You know what? Just maybe. I swing by. I could swing both ways, you know. I could be a suit. I could be your suit man, or I can be your maid dress boy. Whatever fits the occasion, you know. It's okay. The suit was like a lot. The maid dress was like $50 on Amazon. We're looking at the big cage. It seems as though the statements you took are not wrong. This cage was open at the same time each day. Though I can't tell you the precise time, I can imagine it's at feeding time, as the creature handler said. The doors look significantly smaller than the creature. How does it get out? Its fur may look bigger than it is. I bet you can tell by poking at it. But are you sure you'd want to try? You'd be throwing away a perfectly good finger. No thanks. I couldn't touch the pen of my hair without my index finger. Same goes for me. I couldn't do my shh pose without my index finger either. Is that a meta joke? Did they just meta joke me? I couldn't touch the They did. Ah, me too! I need my index finger to make my finger gun. I guess that leaves me. You know we're joking, right? No, Brian. I always wear my maid dress under my suit if duty calls. Yeah, your emergency maid suit. The maid suit stays on. We could do whatever. The maid dress, it stays. It is ready at all times. If I ever need to prepare or need to do my part as a maid, it's like a, what is it? You know those like super quick transformation where they have like a cape and then they flick the cape off of them and they're like, I'm in my superhero outfit now. It's like that. This cage has been opened recently. It must be feeling rather confined in there. This pig. It looks more fleshed out than your average pig. It's a creature, right? Oh! I tried to do that. That was pig noises. I tried to do like the inhale like snort, but I fucked up really hard. How did I just do that? Ugh. Ugh. I'm done. Is it hungry? This breed is rather famous for its meat. Does that mean the people at the Woods facility were the ones who discovered it? What in the name of the All-Father? The All-Father. Pig! Sergeant, was that sausage from before, I think your presumption is correct there. I've never made that noise before. I made that noise. Sorry, you're far too delicious to be a part of the team. No, we should have a pet pig on the team. Note. A pet pig that goes... Wait, I almost have it. Wait, I can do it. Ugh. Right? It's close, isn't it? I'm gonna make myself believe that it's close. What's a ladder doing here? Maybe they need to take care of things higher up? It carries a memory of having been moved recently. It seems it was used elsewhere too. But note, this is no ordinary ladder. It's a folding step ladder. Ah, right. Let's be more precise, Note. Huh? Right, sorry. Am I bugging you? No, it's just... I don't think the two of us would last very long anyway. What? Where is this coming from? That's a Phoenix Wright joke, by the way, if you don't know. the synonymous stepladder joke. It's everywhere. They reference it everywhere. Anyone could tell from a single look that this door looks suspicious. Generally speaking, a door with a sign that says staff only must be investigated. However, it's good that we haven't checked behind it yet. What? Why? We have orders from the... We have orders from the chief not to investigate back there. Beck made a special request to the Bureau. Seriously, this only adds to my suspicions. I agree, but it seems that the ties between the facility and the Bureau run deep. We mustn't be reckless. After all, we are no police officers. No matter how mediocre our support from or a number of restrictions are placed on us, we must endure and continue our investigation. The sergeant seems to have a fair share of complaints. What on earth is back there?
Probably just stairs leading down to the basement.
Huh?
How did you know that? The vibrations I pick up don't end with heartbeats. When I knock on a door, I can get a vague picture of what's behind it.
Oh, that must be useful.
It is. It really comes in handy when I have to take a shout through the door.
That's not what I meant. If there's a basement, it probably runs toward the lab down there. It's probably the only way to get there. Now, write down what we've learned here. Write down what we've learned here on the memory survey.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, sorry. I just had to try it again. I can't... Can I do an oink? Oink. I can do screeching pig. I can do screeching pig, not oinking pig. Sorry. The slats on the drain sure are big. Make sure you don't slip through. Brian said that they flush this place with water every day, so all sorts of refuse must wash through here. This grating, it's been opened a few times recently. Since I can hear Beck's voice, it must have been him who opened it. Why open the grate? Even with openings this large, was there something that couldn't fit past them? Must have been something. That should do it. Did you jot all that down? Yeah, here you go. Not half bad. But, of course, what's past that door still concerns me. If that's true, you do well to remember that place. However, it's Beck's orders to keeping us out of there. If we find out what's back there or he's involved with the case, even Beck won't be able to stop us from investigating it. I see. I'll keep it in mind. Oh then, I need to stop by my car for a moment. Check out someplace else while I do. Why your car? There's something I need in there. Get to it. She's always leaving me like this. Have you found anything out, Detective Brian? I can't say I found nothing, but... No, look at this! Oh, shit! It's a two-tailed monkey! Key! I can see that.
Yep, a monkey.
And there's a reason you're showing this to me.
He's got two tails.
And...
He's cute.
Put that thing back in his cage, otherwise you'll be tried for larceny.
Why are you being like that? He came to me of his own free will.
If you're going to lie, come up with something more believable. Why are you meowing? What the fuck? You hear that?
Look! He says so too.
Right, now put it back in its cage. You're surprisingly good at this ventriloquism. I thought it was really the monkey talking.
Ventriloquism? Kee kee kee! My hair are standing on end.
Ah! Are creatures usually able to speak? No, I've never heard of any creature that's developed the intelligence necessary to talk.
Wow. Then they've got all sorts of creatures here. Hey, monkey, what's your name? Human. Kill. Dominate. Exterminate. Restore. Select superior genes.
He's got specific and extremely disturbing ideas. How about we cut it out with the jokes? Not enjoying yourselves, Mr. Hase.
Oh!
Now back home with you, Anderson.
E. Huh? Suddenly acting like a monkey again?
Of course, he's just a monkey. Have you not figured it out yet? The talking monkey, was that your skill at work? It was. I told you I'd show you my skill when you dropped by the mammal wing. Like you said before, your skill allows you to control mammals, similar to Moko's skill. Although, there do seem to be slight differences. Seems like you got a good look around the mammal wing. Well, we've seen what we need to. And? What'd you think? I apologize, but we're not allowed to disclose the details of our investigation. I do hope you understand. Ah, not about that. About my little friends, cute now. By friends, do you mean the creatures? Is there anything else here you call cute? Right. I mean, I guess you could call them cute if you caught them at the right angle. Yup, you got that right. Reptiles are nice and all, but for that patented soft touch, you've got to turn to the mammals. Would you like to pet them? No thanks. I still value my hands. Then you're just wasting your time. I doubt there's anything left here that'll help you with your investigation. For you to conclude that, it must be because you suspect Miss Moko to be the killer, huh? Of course. You know what her skill is, right? You think Miss Liza Moko used her skill to move a large creature into the victim's office? Of course! Why are you even asking me when you know clearly what the answer is already? No. You were just as capable of the act, were you not? Me? What do you mean? It wasn't me. Can you prove that? I don't need to. After all, I know I'm not the murderer. A lot of help that is. You're the type of bloke who only sees the world from his own perspective. People like you make my head hurt. Mr. Hase, we heard that you were also using your skill to bring your creature bred. For your... What? We heard that you were also using your skill to bring your creature bred for the military to feed. What? Bread? Thus you, like Miss Moko, were at your lounge. Nah. Nah. I don't usually use the lounge. Then you didn't leave this room at the time of the incident? Not just the time of the incident. I try my best to leave the mammal wing as little as possible. Why's that? Without a chair to sit on, I doubt you could rest very well. It's because my friends are, of course. If I were to take my eyes off of them for a second or something happened, it'd only spell trouble for me. Plus, I can just sit on the ladder where I want to rest. I don't really need a chair. By a ladder, you're referring to the stepladder over there. Huh? You're talking about my ladder, right? You mean to say that that's a stepladder, not a ladder?
Do you really need to call it a stepladder?
Let's just call it a ladder then. The important thing is that Mr. Hase did not use his lounge.
But Liza Moko was sure he headed to that room, no? How does this change things?
Mr. Hase, the lounge that was meant for you is the place where we're currently conducting our questioning, isn't that right? I guess so. Why? Are you meaning to check it out? I apologize, but we cannot disclose details about the investigation. Right, you mentioned that. Do as you will. Can I get back to work? Yes, and thank you for your cooperation.
The way he talks, it makes my skin crawl. Australians, am I right? We should have kept Australia. Why? I can't believe we let go of control of their territory on our prison island.
Detective Brian, would you like to investigate the lounge? Let's. It's on the way to the reptile wing anyway. It would probably be best to check out both lounges. Though, there will probably be no footprints in either.
Still, best to get it out of the way. We can investigate what we can.
Poor Australians. Hey man, honestly, with all the shit that happens in Australia, not political wise, but like just like the state of being that is Australia, the British kind of got off easy with that. Have you seen the Outback?
I've had this thought a few times now, but these people really don't care much about interior design. These rooms could use a few decorations. This is the lounge between the mammal wing and the office. So we'd be here on the map, right?
This is the place set up for Mr. Hase. But he just said he barely comes in here.
Now that I'm thinking about it, the reason we're using this as our interrogation room is because Beck said this room's on use right now.
Detective Brian, how's it look? Can you see anything? I'm quite sure. Kendrick Hawes isn't lying. I can't see a single print left by him. In fact, the only prints I see were made by Liza Moko. On top of that, her prints were made on the day in question.
Huh?
You're telling me that Miss Moko was in here?
That's odd. Moko has her own lounge. She clearly stated that her lounge was to the left of the office. This is the one to the right.
What was Miss Moko doing in here? Don't tell me. Did she have to be here in order to carry out the murder? But why come all the way here? If we wish to figure out why Miss Moko was here, we should investigate every room we're allowed to access to. Note, please record the following in the trace photo. I doubt Saj's memory survey trick will show anything more. Understood. If there's anything you need to look at, just tell me. Let's get to it. Clue time. Clue time. Clue time. Do 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 door. Clues. Wow, it is just an overall magnifying glass. It magnifies the number down here. The door. How about checking the door handle?
Why? It's obvious that we find Moko's prints on it.
Still, we don't have much information to go on. So it'd be good to collect whatever we can.
Huh? What's wrong? Is there a problem?
It can't be. There's no prints.
What?
Did someone wipe the prints? No, that's not it. There's no trace of anyone wiping the prints or anything. No one has used this handle before us.
That can't be possible. If you want to leave the room, you have to touch the door handle.
Right. And Miss Moko's prints are in here. We're sure she was. How'd she get out? Well then, it seems as though we've stumbled upon a clue here. No matter how many times I check, I'm sure the prints on the table were made by Moko.
Why is Moko's prints here? This isn't the lounge she uses.
I haven't figured that out yet, but one thing's for sure, that's very suspicious. As expected, there are no footprints from the day in question in here either. The only footprints I see are ours.
Then the floors here are clean automatically as well.
That interferes with...
Sorry. That interferes with our case, but it's quite helpful when it comes to cleanliness, no? How about we grab one for our office too?
That might be difficult. The system pumps water into the floor and into a drain. We don't have a drain, and our office is on the second floor.
A drain? Couldn't I just make one of those with a few bullet holes?
What did the people downstairs ever do to you? Ever do to you? Sorry. I got really snide all of a sudden. The cabinet is filled with cleaning supplies. No prints in here either. The most recent trace I can find seems to be about 1 month old. Old.
Like they said, the cleaning is done automatically, so there's not much use for all this.
Detective Brian, can you see traces that's a month old? That's right. If a trace is well preserved, you can see it years after. Most traces disappear long before that, though. I see. Look, Brian, you're being useful. Excuse me. Drinking my water. I think we've investigated everything we need to. I filled out all the pertinent information. Quick and accurate as expected. I envy the Sarge for having you at her side.
If I were to give you my slow, inaccurate opinion, the most concerning part of this is how Moko managed to leave the room.
After all, there are no prints on the door. If only the footprints remain, we might be able to figure that part out. Hey, note. Yeah? He's right, though. If only the footprints remained. Why do you keep getting all depressed, Detective Brian? It's not like you erased the footprints.
Well, he's sort of like that anyway.
Of course, I'm well aware of that. Well aware of that. Well aware of that. But it's hard to overlook that fact, considering the mess that my specialty has put you in. I only wish to redeem myself just as soon as I can. Then shall we give you a chance to just do that? Sarge, did you find what you needed?
Yes, a present for you.
A flashlight. Keep that on you from now on. Do they really need to do they really need to whisper? Sorry. I'm trying my best to do a British accent to imitate them, though. It keeps slipping into Australian.
I mean, Penny's just sort of like this. Also, you don't need to do that.
Detective Tina, it seems like you follow the logic of these two.
Of course, because I'm one of them.
At the very least, I've got to try my hardest not to turn into them. Okay, I'm counting on you. Honestly, I'm not too sure about this, but since it's you who's asking, Sarge, I'll consider it. Consider a matter of utmost importance. It is of utmost importance, and it's something that only you can do, Brian. Understood. Well then, I shall return. I'll be looking forward to seeing what you turn up. What exactly did you ask him to do?
What?
It's not important enough to warrant explanation. I'm not totally sure what he'll find. So just think of it as an insurance plan. Poor Detective Brian.
Still, this may be better for him. But, what's our plan now? Are you going to read memories here?
That would be an okay move. But I think it'd be better to move on to the other rooms we haven't investigated at all first. There's one more lounge here, right? That's right. Auto-saving. Woods Creature Management Facility, lounge number 1. So this is Moko's thing. So this is lounge number 1, the one assigned to Miss Moko. According to her testimony, Miss Moko came here each time she controlled a creature. Looking at the map, this room is to the left of the office, correct? I'm not sure if it's because they're part of the same building, but this lounge doesn't look at all different from the last one. Yet, we're certainly in a different room.
So our investigation may turn up different things. Right. Shall we try our hand? Our hand? Our? Detective Tina doesn't really do anything during these investigations, though, right? Poor Tina. Leave her alone. Note. Well, if either of you sees anything you wish to investigate, just point it out. Yay! Clue time! Memory survey. My bad. I really wanted it to be clue time, though. Chair, book, and door. Okay. Photo. Oh, look at that. Is that? That's Beck, right? Can we look at the other face? I'm pretty sure that's the victim, right? There's a picture frame here. Oh, there's... It seems as though this frame hasn't been moved in a very long time. There's a probability that the photo was taken to commemorate some big event. Huh? This person in the middle, doesn't it look like the vice president? It seems that way. The typical look of an opportunist. And next to him, maybe the victim. Considering how young they both look, this picture must have been taken a long time ago. Who are all the people around them? Well, perhaps we can ask someone about that later on. Sergeant, could you take the memories of this door handle? Sure. Nothing stands out. One person regularly enters the room before leaving 20 minutes later or so. Probably Moko. Why the door handle? Door handle. Nothing at all. Okay, that'll be important. What's this? Stock markets for suckers. Intermediate level? Stocks. Moko. She's trying to look for other ways to make money. The title seems really familiar. It's mostly people who want to quit their jobs who read these books. She could just be reading it because she's curious about the topic. She must be extremely curious to read the same book cover to cover 4 times. Looking rather desperate, Miss Moko. She must sit here when she's feeding her creature, right? She's the sort who talks to herself. The table's memories tell the same story. If she's talking to herself, what's it about? 10% complaints about Mr. Beck, 10% gripes with the world, and 80% cursing out Hase. So mostly cursing out Hase. Seems like nothing that will help our case. Nothing will help our case. It's useless. Well, it seems like there aren't any memories of our culprit remaining. All we can tell is that Miss Moko uses this room often. Then, it's just like her statement. She just quietly relaxes in here? Even if Moko is our culprit, she wouldn't need to move her physical self around. She would just have to use a skill. Then it would be able to. Then it would be her creature that carried out the dirty work. In other words, investigating this room turned up nothing of use. From now on, for now at least, and for the same reason, it's most likely that we won't find any decisive clues wherever we go. Well then, instead of just running around blindly in this case, it might be good to sort out what we've got so far. Considering I still don't know all the details yet, it might be better if you two sort it out. One way or another, we're only certain of one thing right now. The victim was eaten up by one of the I'm losing my reading. My reading capabilities, they're being lost. Excuse me. The victim was eaten by one of the one of the facility's creatures. Our problem is who sent the creature into that room. That's the gist of it. Our handlers, Mr. Hase and Miss Moko, are pointing fingers at each other. After all, each has a skill that lets them control animals. The one who isn't the criminal is automatically assumed the other to be the one who isn't the criminal is going to automatically assume the other is the criminal. Are those two our only suspects? Eh? What do you mean? The vice president, 9 Beck. Why don't the two handlers suspect him?
The vice president? Does that mean you're suspecting Mr. Beckett for this? As far as I'm aware, Beck's skill is coordinate-based object transmission. In other words, teleportation, right? Thus, using his skill, it's possible he could have teleported one of the creatures into that room. Oh, that's right! We were the we were? Were the handlers unaware of that fact? We were made aware of that fact right when we set foot into the door for that first time. So there's no chance that they wouldn't know about Mr. Beck's skill. So clearly, because they know about Mr. Beck's skill, they know it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. You think it was impossible for Mr. Beck to have used his skill to move one of the larger creatures into the scene of the crime? That was really fast. I was talking really fast there. You were. That's right. You were talking really fast. If you check out this document, you'll see for yourself, Sergeant. Is it his range? A piece of range. Enables him to instantly teleport objects. It's quite terrifying. Is it the range? Oh, it's not. Object-based. Is it under? Oh, did they talk about them being over 100 kilograms? They did. Right. That's a really that's kind of eh. I don't like that. Because it's calling back to a piece of evidence, or not even a piece of evidence, a piece of text that was said in passing. I wish that was, unless it was in a piece of evidence that I didn't see, then it should have been a comparing thing. Yeah, I don't know if I like that much. It has to be in one of the statements. They could weigh over 1,000 kilograms. Yeah, it's mentioned here, but I wish it was a comparing thing instead of a 1 point thing. Sergeant, have a look at this. A bureau file. If you take a close look at the information written here, you can see that his skill carries certain limitations. Was that here this whole time? I see. A weight limit. Right. Mr. Beck is only able to teleport objects under 60 kilograms. According to Miss Moko's statement, the creatures bred for the military, the one she suspected this, weigh over 100 kilograms. I'm not sure about the other creatures, but it would have been impossible for Mr. Beck to use his skill to move one of the ones bred for the military. Indeed, as the situation stands, 9 Beck, it can't be our culprit. This time, you took me out in a single shot, Newt. Sort of a given. You were out of the room during Mr. Beck's interrogation, Sergeant, and you never got a good look at his file. And Detective Dina? Detective Dina? Should I just head home? No, you're clearly... give me a second to think. What? Wait, did I miss something? Did I miss something? What warrant? What? It's. Did she also suspect? Did she also suspect? Did she also suspect her? No, she didn't, right? Or was she? I don't know. I don't know what warrants this. That sucks. Yeah, whatever. You were busy carrying out the actual interrogation, right, Tina? Yep. I guess she was, huh?
Yes, that's it.
Regardless, the handlers seemed to agree that it was impossible for Mr. Beck to have committed the crime, which is why they each suspect each other. For now, let's exclude Mr. Beck from our list of suspects. It's logical. That's the word. Logical. Time skip into this. Well, let's summarize what we learned from Hase and Moko's statement. Focus and open your eyes, everyone. The estimated time of death of the victim lines up with the creature's feeding time. At that time, the two creature handlers normally lead their creatures into the feeding areas. Of course, they're each using their animal control skills to do so. Was there any difference in the ways that they went about it? What about that? About that? If there were any differences, it's that Moko went into the lounge number 1 before using her skill. But it seems that Mr. Hawes used his skills without leaving the mammal wing, right? Ah, and of course, there's the difference in the animals that they're able to control. Moko is able to move creatures from the reptile wing, and Hawes is able to move creatures from the mammal wing. That's rather interesting. If you take a closer look to the map, Hawes is considerably farther away from the crime scene than Moko. That's right, but using their skills, both of them would have been able to move their creatures to the crime scene. So it's possible that either of them carried out the crime, thus why each of them suspects the other. Note, why are you so quiet? Did you figure something out? It's just, I'm a little surprised by the accuracy of your summary. That's mean! I'm going home! Ah, and of course, I did figure something out. Part of the summary you just gave is bothering me. It's the part... Well, let me just explain it by using the transcript. It's the fact that Hawes is, like, further away, right? Hawes is... They have the same thing, right? Wow, wait, yours is way farther than Hawes. Busy signal, sorry for being... You are being an inconvenience, Brian! If you take a look at the map, Hawes is considerably farther away from the scene than Moko. That is true. That is just true. But using their skill, both of them would have been able to move their creatures to the crime scene. But yeah, this isn't a pose, but the thing is... Yeah. Hawes is too far away, man. Too far. Hawes wouldn't be able to do it. What, so it's Moko? No, it's never that easy. We still have multiple different things that we haven't pointed out yet. So that means there's a hidden fourth person. In order for Miss Moko or Mr. Hawes to have murdered the victim, they would, of course, have had to use their skills in order to move the creature to the crime scene. However, one of our handlers would have been unable to move the creature to the crime scene. What? How so? It's just as the sergeant said. The two handlers were different distances from the crime scene. Lounge 1, where Miss Moko was, is right up against the main office, while the memo wing, where Mr. Hawes was, is over 8 meters away. What's wrong with the of course, the ranges. That's right. Moko can use her skill from anywhere within 20 meters, meaning that she can use her skill from the lounge to bring the creatures from the reptile wing. On the other hand, Mr. Hawes only has a range of 4 meters for his skill. If he was using said skill from the mammal wing, he couldn't have reached that far. That means... Indeed, Mr. Hawes would have been unable to commit the crime with his skill. Then our criminal is probably... Before we get to that, there's one more thing I'd like to check. Huh? What might that be? I just read through the statements, and it seems that Mr. Hawes never made an official statement that he was in the mammal wing. Huh? But, now that you say it, when we met him in the mammal wing, he never said for certain whether he was there at the time of the incident. I don't think Hawes was aware of Thena's skill and trying to trick us. But there's still a possibility that Hawes was somewhere other than the mammal wing when he used his skill. So we'd better be sure before we jump to any conclusions. Was Mr. Hawes actually in the mammal wing? If not, was there somewhere else that he could have been? Is there any evidence that Hawes was at the mammal wing around noon? Do you have anything to prove that? Do we? Are we gonna go interrogate? It's difficult to prove that Hawes was in the mammal wing at noon. Is there no other evidence? Jesus, uh-oh. Nothing to print. Damn it. Is there any evidence to prove that... Oh, yeah, this. Handprints. This? Right? Yeah. Now that I'm really thinking about it, we asked Mr. Hawes why he didn't use his lounge later on, outside of his official interrogation. He said that he didn't like to be away from the creatures in the memo wing. He went on to say something else. He said that, though he had no chair, he would often sit on the ladder. The ladder? The step ladder. Ah, you should have called it that before. According to the trace photo, there's evidence of someone sitting on the ladder in the memo wing. What time was the trace left? 12 on the nose. Good. That lines up with the feeding time for the memo wing. All of the footprint evidence was washed away, but there are other trace evidence in the place. I wish Brian could hear you say that. Indeed. I'm still alive, you know. Right, and working hard. Regardless, the important thing right now is that Mr. Hawes couldn't have used his skill like that at the time of the murder. So just to put it out there once more, if someone sent a creature to the crime scene, we've only got one person who could have done it. Liza Moko. It seems as though we found our culprit. Uh-oh. Have we? Liza. Hi, Liza. We're about to arrest you for murder, but I'm pretty sure you didn't do it. But I don't know who did it if you didn't do it, so we're here. Hey, food time, beasties. You like that? Is it tasty? Why is it that most reptiles eat bugs? Quiet down. I told you I'd feed you later. You ate twice your share yesterday. Aren't you full? We've got people from the bureau roaming the halls. No good would come from a big guy like you running around. If you were caught, you and I both... What would happen exactly? Well, I guess that depends on how you are viewing me. And that depends on what you say from now on, though it may be of no use. Is that the creature, the reptile wing bred for the military? Yes, and? What's it normally eat? We normally buy up all the bits in the slaughterhouse and throw it at a lower price. Well then, it seems it wouldn't object to a nice meaty steak. Good. I see what's going on. However, like I said before, what's possible for me is possible for that tosser Hawes too. No, that's not true. What's that? No, I told you. When Mr. Hawes was controlling his creature, he wasn't in the lounge, he was in the mammal wing instead. If you think about the range of Hawes' skill, he couldn't have sent his creature to the crime scene. The only one who could have done that is you, Miss Moko. I'm saving as often as I can because I'm scared that we're gonna get to the part where it splits. And I get the right one, because I want to get the wrong path first. It'd be good if you just confessed. I'm not threatening you, but truly, continuing to make excuses is unlikely to change the conclusion we've reached. If you're claiming this lizard could have eaten Mr. Thompson, you're right. Got her. However, I didn't mean for it to do that. What do you mean? You're the only one who could control reptiles. I'm not saying Hawes did it. It was an accident. If she's right, this certainly changes things. Well then, shall we hear what else she has to say? Wait, we're not going to be able to get anything from her, like heartbeat data. Here. Yesterday at noon, I went to the lounge as usual. Then I used my skill on the creature in the reptile wing. I'm sure I sent it to eat at the feeding room to my left looking in. And I didn't step foot outside the lounge until 12:20. When I did leave the lounge around 12:20, wouldn't you know it, my creature was in the office. I had no idea how it happened, But by the time I figured it out, Mr. Thompson had already crossed the Rainbow Bridge. I knew you'd all expect me for the crime, so I played dumb and acted like my visit to the office at 1 o'clock was my first. What? Oh, what? Huh? Wait, to your left looking in? The office to your left looking in? You were in the wrong room then. Why did you tell this from the start? Would you have believed me if I had? No, honestly, I'm having a hard time believing you now. See? It's not enough to be shouting about, though. Even though you claim it was an accident, you tried to pin it on Hase, didn't you? Ugh. Regardless, Mr. Thompson's death was an accident, though it was, of course, due to negligence on my part. I'm not a killer. Sergeant, what happens in a case like this? If it's true it was an accident, the sentence will be lighter than if it were murder. Milko will probably be only held in a general internment camp for a few months. That's presuming it was really an accident. Indeed, that is the problem. Milko could be lying to get off a lighter sentence. A lighter punishment, right? Thus, it's our job to figure out if it was or wasn't an accident. The incident was caused by a skill, so we can actually figure that out. We can't be sure just yet. But if Milko is lying, it's a good possibility that there's something fishy in a statement. We have no choice but to stiffen out what it might be. Is there something odd about the statement she just gave? No matter how small, if there's something that contradicts the information we've collected thus far. Fessed up to her being directed. Claims that... Okay, yeah. Let's... This one. I'm sure I sent to the feeding room to my left looking in. Or do I... I had no idea. You know what? My creature was in the office. It might be another piece of evidence. Actually, no. It's definitely not this. I don't know why I even tried that. To the left looking in. Oh, do I have the map then? Do I have the map? I do. Ah. What? It's not this? Oh my god. Really? Yesterday at noon, I went to the lounge as usual. Then I used my skill on the creature in the reptile wing. I'm sure I sent it to... I didn't set foot outside until 12:20. When I did leave the lounge at 12:20, well, you know, the creature was in the office. I had no idea, but by the time I figured it out, Mr. Thompson already crossed the Rainbow Bridge. I knew he was suspected for the crime, so I played dumb. When I did, unpin this. What is it? Wait. Yesterday at noon, I went to the lounge as usual. But you didn't. This is lounge number 2, right? Lounge number 2 is... Yes. It's this? Oh, come on. Is that not a contradiction? We've been saying this entire time that lounge number 1 is her lounge, and for some reason now that we've seen, and now she's telling us that she went there, right? And we're like, oh, but we've seen traces of you in the other lounge. Is there something off about the same as cave? No matter how small, if there's something that contradicts the information we collected this far. Yes. There's something extremely wrong. How's that not it? Maybe it's something else. Moko's complaints. Moko didn't leave any footprints or fingerprints. Handprints on the door. Handprints on the stepladder. Oh my god, what the hell? Sorry, oh my god. I just got like a sudden like headache. What the hell? Okay. Has been moved in a long time. The chip. She's used the door? To the left looking in. Ain't that bad? But I didn't take a step outside the lounge until 12:20. When I did leave the lounge around 12:20, wouldn't you know it, my creature was in the office. I have no idea. Really? The conversation log. Fessed up claims that it was all one big mistake. It was all one big mistake, but the number of oddities regarding the statements and clues. But there are a number of oddities. I mean, it's 100% this. Noon Lounge. Skill creature. Creature sent. I'm sure I sent it to eat at the feeding ground. To the left. Hold up, give me 1 second. One second. Give me 1 second. Our neighbor. My brother let out the dog when our neighbor was out. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, sorry. But the number of oddities regarding the state, but there are there? When I did leave the lounge around 12:20. There are no, you never left. Ugh, I don't know. Use it once to leave. So I played dumb and acted like my visit to office at 1 o'clock was my first. Woods. Step foot outside, okay. Silly. The office is to the right of the thing. What? But you didn't go to the lounge as usual. You didn't have an abnormal heartbeat. Wow, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what this could be. Lounge. But by the time I figured it out, I knew Joe suspect me. Once to leave and once to enter. Where are the fingerprints? On the table? I think on the chair? Oh, brother. I didn't step foot outside. No, this makes sense. Now take this. Yeah, is there something that's missing? This is a feeding room. This is a feeding room. What is it? Went to the lounge. It's not usual. Is it one of the statements then? We breed military. When mealtime is over, I return the creature back to its cage and return. As far as I know, the mammal creatures are fed in the same way. Nah? No, it's not this. It was at 11. I could tell right away that someone had been killed. Oh. I'm sure I sent it to eat at the feeding room at the left. I heard screams coming from the reptile wing. Oh my god, what am I missing here? If it truly was an accident, is it not where she was like the location of the... I swear I've tried all of these, right? We're just gonna sit here and be like, this one, this one, this one, this one. And the fact that there's no abnormal heartbeat, and it still got sent to the office. Is there an oddity? Please don't tell me it's just this. No, it's not. Thank God. Imagine. How the fuck? What the fuck is it? And it's not this? I'm going crazy, right? I'm not a killer, Sergeant. If that's what happens in a case like this, presuming that it was an accident, indeed, that is our problem. If it was or wasn't an accident. The incident was caused by a skill. How can we actually figure it out? We can't be sure just yet, but if Moko is lying, there's a good possibility that there's something fishy in her statement. There's something fishy there, isn't it? There's always something fishy with you. You tell them what to do. Nope. Gloved hands. No. When I did leave, wouldn't you know, the creature... Oh, your heartbeat. That means you're lying. I've like exhausted all of like my it's this. I don't know. I don't know now. Like, it is the statement, right? There's something in the statement. I don't know what it is in the statement, but there's something in the statement. When it comes to like combination ones like these, they're always so like not specific with it. There's something wrong. Fucking find it. No matter how small, if there's something that contradicts the information that we've collected so far. No. No. I've already tried all this. I didn't step foot outside the lounge until 12:20. When I did leave the lounge around 12:20, wouldn't you know it, my creature was already in the office. How long is this? This is like 14 meters? No, it's 18. So I played dumb and acted like my first visit. 1 o'clock was my first visit. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? 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 That was a fucking guess. I guessed that so hard. What the fuck? That was what? Huh? What? 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 Okay. They better have a good ass explanation for this one. 'Cause I'll tell you what. You fucking got me, man. You got me. How the fuck? What? Whatever. That one was kind of frustrating. Miss Moko, you said you didn't step foot outside the lounge. Right. Not one toe. Hey, Note. She might be telling the truth. I remember not sensing any oddities in her heartbeat at that time. Yeah, I'm well aware. If that's the case, how do you explain this? We have evidence of you leaving that. We do? That's not evidence. That's not evidence of that. Excuse me? We searched the second lounge, originally meant for Mr. Hase, and we found your fingerprints, Miss Moko. Athena, what time were those left? Let's see. They overlap with the creature's feeding time, no? If that's true. Miss Moko, when did you enter lounge number 2? What are you talking about? I never went in there. I didn't even know what the inside of that room looked like. Has there been some sort of mistake? Then Miss Moko, you claim that you were in lounge number 1 the whole time. That's what I told you. Well then, can you tell us what you were doing in there? What I do every day. Read my book. Come to think of it, I didn't see that picture that's normally in there. So I looked for it under the table. I thought it might have fallen off. That's also rather odd. Excuse me? Because according to our investigations, things couldn't have happened like that. Right, according to our info. Missing photo, the fact that the photo hasn't been touched in a long time. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I hope it can redeem itself this case. That was really it's a bit of a jump. Actually no. Was that what was what I was doing a bit of a jump? Maybe, I don't know. But they were just not specific with it is I think is my problem with it. I'll bring that up later. Miss Moko, regarding the photo you're referring to, are you talking about the one on the table? The one with the young Mr. Beck and the victim? Yeah, that's right. From what I heard, it's a picture taken from Wood's founding members. Oh, but I counted about 10 people in that picture. Seems as though your team was a lot bigger back then. A while back, there was a conflict regarding the direction in which we take the facility, and most of the founding members left. That's how the vice president tells it. Wait, there's something more important I want to know. Why did you say I was lying? I never said you were lying. I just said something is off. Miss Moko, you said that the picture was missing and that you looked for it. But the picture frame has stood right where it's been for a long, long time. What? How can you tell? Once you've been investigating as long as we have, we can tell by the amount of dust that settles around the picture. But you're getting pretty good at dancing around the subject. I figured that one out of memory. I figured that one out of a memory survey, huh? I mean, it's about time I got good. As a person who's seen investigating the picture, I can say for certain that that picture frame hasn't moved for at least a week. But that puts us in an awkward position. What? Are you sure you didn't screw up your investigation? I'm sure that's how it went. That day... Wait a second, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I misread the whole situation. Why the sudden change of heart? I just remembered something. When I was leaving the room, I looked back toward the table. It was there. The picture was there on the table. What's going on here? I'm not making any sense. How would you ever believe me? Am I going crazy? Is that why that day the creature went to Mr. Thompson's office? Did I do that to him? Oh, poor Miss Moko. That's it. It's gonna be hard to get any more information from Miss Moko. No, I don't know why, but it doesn't seem like she's lying to me. Tina, I know you're good at reading people, but I don't think you can judge. I don't think you could judge what's true on that alone. But just like I said, logically speaking, a lot of things just don't make sense. If we take her statement as true, I don't see much going for Moko. And most importantly, Miss Moko could have committed the crime from the lounge 1 where she was at. She had no reason to move around. You're right. Oh god, my glasses are dirty. Give me 1 second. Is it my glasses or is it my eyes? I think it's my eyes and glasses. It's both. However, we have clear proof that Miss Moko was in lounge number 2, yet she denies it. Even though she has no reason to deny it. What if she's telling the truth? Huh? Detective Thina, are you trying to say that Miss Moko didn't think she moved, but she did? No. I know that doesn't make a lick of sense, however... No, that's it. What is? A way to move people without them knowing. Is there? We already know just how to do it. Do we? Without people knowing it, moving without knowing. Moving without knowing. What? Wait, can I see what I chose? It's this and what? I need to... Oh, God damn it. Move without knowing. Ah, yes. Hase fucking did it. You moved her. Oh, wait. Did you teleport her? Or did you teleport her? Oh my God, you did. Oh my God, you did. Back. There was a way of moving Miss Moko with her none the wiser. We already know what happened. No. It's not just we know it either. One of us experienced it firsthand. What? Who's experienced it? Ah, that'd be me. What? Pandy, when? What'd you think? You were there. What? I was there too. My ears are hurting. A bit more on the subject. Can we call on the person in question? For some reason, I have a feeling that this case is going to take a little longer than I thought. Theta, chill out. Theta, chill out. Shakes her. Beck. No, why'd you bring us in here? And on top of that, why'd you call him Mr. Beck? Because, of course, we wish to confirm our suspicions. We are going to need his help. Is that so? I'd be honored to help. It's an honor to be honored in turn, but on to business. Shall we discuss your skill, Mr. Beck? My skill? You don't remember my showing it to you earlier? It's no problem showing you once more, but I would like to refrain from taking a beating once more. Yes, of course, before, Mr. Beck, you use your skill to teleport our dear sergeant. I was teleported less than a meter, but it was so sudden that it took me a moment to wrap my head around what had just happened. Perhaps if he hadn't explained that he had used his skill, I may have never known what exactly happened to me. Ah, then that's the method you were talking about before. Mr. Beck, when you were taking Miss Moko's statement, we noticed one glaring particularity. Miss Moko said that she never left Lounge 1, yet we found her prints in Lounge number 2. Oh, that is rather peculiar. Is such a thing possible? It is. With your skill. You could have teleported Miss Moko from Lounge 1 anywhere else, isn't that right? Indeed, you're right, my dear boy. It's my own skill. Yeah, I never imagined doing such a thing. Yet, if I did teleport her to another room, wouldn't she notice due to the objects surrounding her? Normally, I'd say yes. However, this case is rather special. Lounge number 1, where Miss Moko was staying, is almost identical to lounge number 2. So, if you didn't take a careful look around, you'd have never realized you'd been moved. But of course, there are differences. There is a picture frame in the table of lounge 1 that isn't in here. That's why Miss Moko said the picture suddenly disappeared. Right, and that was after Moko had been moved to lounge number 2. She had no idea that she had been teleported, so she thought the picture was just disappeared. But it wasn't the picture that moved, but Moko herself. 9 Beck. It was through your skill that it happened. Logical. Okay. Hey, we're getting somewhere. What do you think, Mr. Beck? Care to explain yourself? Well, let's see. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I feel like I've heard that before. This time I'm serious. I have no idea what happened to Miss Moko. He's going to plead ignorance. From what I gather, it's like this, yes.
I found Miss Moko's fingerprints in lounge 2, or you found Miss Moko's fingerprints in lounge number 2, and yet she never left lounge number 1. I don't want to have to say it, but don't you just think that she might be lying? Moko gains nothing from lying about that. I've met many different people during my life at this facility. From that, I can tell you one thing. People don't only lie when it's in their best interests. For example, there are people like Mr. Hase who avoid lying even when they have to hide. And then there are people like Miss Moko who hide out of habit. But of course, I believe that you investigators should know even more about that. Hee. In my professional opinion, wouldn't it make sense just to say that Miss Moko went in and out of lounge number 2?
No, it wouldn't.
Hee. Well, but it's not like it's a 0% chance that happened.
Nope, it's 0. It's simply impossible. If she had gone in and out of the second lounge, like you said, well, have a look at this document. It'll clear things up. No fingerprints on the door handle, nor were the fingerprints wiped away, so. Yeah, how long did I take on that one thing? Gosh, I was sitting there, I'm like, I don't know. Mr. Beck, we took prints from the door handle in the lounge number 2. It was rather quick work. You haven't been in here 1 full hour. We have a very professional investigator working that part of the case.
What is that?
Nothing.
Well. When you took those prints, did you find anything that supported Miss Moko's statement?
No, quite the opposite, actually. There should have been a clue there, but we found nothing.
Excuse me?
Mr. Beck, if we were to leave this room right now, we'd be forced to leave our prints in one specific place. Can you guess where that might be?
Huh? I guess if I went through that door. I know the answer. On the doorknob. That's true, she's got your answer.
And why is it that it's Detective Dina who's answering? Right. Normally, when you go through a door, you leave a finger or handprints when you turn the handle. So, what sort of person can go through a door without leaving prints?
But that would be... Hold up, time out. It would be a person who never left. Or perhaps someone who was never there at all.
But what if someone was in the room and now was gone? What would you say if they didn't leave any prints? You understand now, don't you? We didn't find Ms. Moko's prints on the door handle. There was also no signs of her wiping them off. Yet somehow, we lifted clear prints left by Ms. Moko off of this table. How did she leave the room? She didn't walk out of the room. So what I'm thinking is that she teleported out. What do you think about that, Mr. Beck?
Perhaps I did do that.
Oh, shit. You did.
But even if I did use my skill on Miss Moko, what'd be the point?
Well, what would be the point?
Yeah, what would be the point?
No, you just blurted out without thinking what might come next again. If something doesn't make sense to you, you might want to check out the statement once before. That's where you'll see the list of suspect actions. Yeah, you're right. Mr. Beck used his skill to move Miss Moko. Miss Moko wasn't aware of moving from lounge 1 to lounge 2. There may be something in her statement that brings meaning to such a move. I should take a look. Does Moko's movement from lounge... This one, right? The thing that I was suspecting earlier. Yes. She sends the monster into the room to the left, which is the office. If we change where Miss Moko was, this statement suddenly takes a completely different meaning. Okay, yes.
Oh, seriously? You found something already?
No. If this is for real, Miss Moko, this is no trivial matter. This feels like the deepest secret of the case we've uncovered, beyond anything we've found out thus far.
What are you getting at?
When Miss Moko sends her creature to feed, she takes a seat in the lounge, and then she sends her creature to the feeding area. If you're facing the lounge, that's the room directly to the left. However, if she was in the lounge number 2 without knowing where she was, do you see what that means? If she were to give her creature the same orders and send it to feed in the room to her left, what? Then it went to the left? What have you done? Yes, the room to the left of there is the victim's office. That's the scene of the crime. Miss Moko sent her creature straight that way without knowing what she was doing. Then, it devoured everything in that room, just as it always does.
Wait a second.
Mr. Beck, by doing what you did, you took the life of the victim, not with your own skill, but by using the skill of someone else. Well. Logical. Logical?
Wait, you got the wrong idea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I certainly hope that's the case. Just thinking that a killer could use an innocent bystander as a tool for murder, it makes me sick.
But when the murder occurred, I was in my lab.
That's what you said before. But when we asked to investigate the interior of said lab, you made a deal with the Bureau to stop us in our tracks. If you continue to insist that's where you were, would you permit us to investigate the lab?
You can't. You simply can't. After all, this is just a theory of yours, and this theory rests on the fact that you believe me to be the culprit behind everything. If you believe I'm lying about me being in my laboratory, isn't the burden of proof on your shoulders, detectives? Tell me, if I really did use my skill on Miss Moko, where do you think I was exactly?
Where do we think you were?
You may have seen on my bureau file, but my skills range is a measly 8 meters. If I did move the Miss Moko from one lounge to the other, I couldn't have been that far from her. In fact, there's nowhere I could have been that could have accomplished that feat. Don't tell me, do you really believe I would be in the hallways with the creatures ordered to roam around? You don't really believe I would be in the hallways with the creatures ordered to roam around, do you?
Even if you weren't in your laboratory, you couldn't have pulled this off. You couldn't have pulled off this crime, huh?
That's right, I couldn't have.
Then what's the reason? Then what reason does he have for stopping us from looking around his lab? All right, if we figure out a place where you could have been committed the crime, that clears up whatever issues we may have. Yes. There's a place Miss Moko's creatures can't see, a place close to the scene of the crime. That could be where Mr. Beck could have used his skill. Shall I point it out to him? A place that fulfills all those conditions. A place Mr. Beck was hiding. Hiding? Oh, Mr. Beck. You really did do it. Or did you? I don't know. I think they're implying this, right? I think they're implying this with the intent of this, right? Yeah, I think it's this. Oh yeah. With the creatures roaming around, the halls would clearly be a dangerous place to be. There's no place to hide in either of the lounges, and your prints aren't in either of them. Plus, there's not a chance that he was at the crime scene. That means he wasn't on the first floor.
Ahem! You seem to have finally come to your senses.
Speaking of the first floor,
Yes, what are you getting at?
you know the answer to that already. If there's no hiding spots on the first floor, you just hid under the tiles.
Under the tiles?
There's room under our feet. They have a system installed that washes away everything at a certain time of day. Thus, there's a drain in every room. So it follows that there has to be a drain pipe where everything flows out. You can even see it in the floor plan in the building. So that pipe is right under our feet. No one could catch you in there, and you have plenty of range for your skill. Mr. Beck, you're in the drain pipe at the time of the incident. From there, you teleported Miss Moko, and you took the life of your victim.
Do you have proof?
Proof?
Proof that I was in the drains at the time you claimed I was there. With such proof, your logic stands as mere hypothesis.
We don't have proof yet, but it won't take long to investigate the drain pipe.
I won't allow it.
Huh?
I'll reach out to the Bureau. I'll ask them to make the drains a restricted area. You cheeky bastard. Are you taking the piss? You see, our drainage system was constructed with great care, so we can't just go trampesing around down there.
Then it seems I owe you an apology. Oh shit, I ran out of save states.
Excuse me?
You should have told me before. You see, I figured it was fine for people to go down there.
No!
Thankfully, it seems that no notable damage has been done. If there's something the matter, I'm sure the Bureau is able to see that you are properly compensated. So don't you worry. Detective Brian, no way. Where are you?
No, down below. Down there, I think I hear Brian's voice.
Seriously? He's right under us.
That bloke will do whatever you tell him to. This can't be. Get him out of there at once.
Right away, sir. After all, I already found everything worth finding. Fortunately, it sounds like you left some clues for us, yes? That's right. The trace evidence in the floor was swept away, but I have clear handprints of the ceiling of the drainage duct. The prints are from none other than Vice President Nine Beck.
Oh man, you're fucking getting caught.
Unfortunately for you, I think you'll be hard pressed to come up with more excuses.
Logical.
Oh, an autosave. I was gonna save anyways. Press enter to continue. I want to continue. Sergeant, how did you know things would turn out this way? Oh, I didn't. Then why'd you... I didn't, but if there's a clear hidden passage to be seen, it's only right to search it now. We're investigators after all. So, you sent me in here on a whim?
So what if she did? You got what you wanted, right?
Be that may... Be it. Ignore me. It seems like you usually get the short end of the stick, Detective Brian. Regardless, the case is closed, so let's report to the chief.
It wasn't me.
What now? We've proven everything that needs to be proven.
It's really nothing in the long run, only the trials I've been through. You don't have to believe me. You probably won't, but still. Would you please listen to what I have to say? If you got something to say, we won't stop you. It's true that I was in the drains at the time of the incident. However, I didn't go down there on my own free will. I don't actually remember going down there. When I came to, I was in the dark. I could clearly remember being in my lab, but then suddenly I was somewhere else. Right when I climbed out of the drain, I found my boss dead. I fell into someone's trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
Well then, shall we assume that you've said your piece? Rather empty words not worth hearing.
But I'm the one in charge of interrogations. So even if he's giving excuses, I wanted to hear him out. After all, listening is all I'm good for.
You think? Well, I guess you never know if a statement's worth listening to until you hear it.
Right? But isn't there a single percentage of a chance that what Beck just said is true? Couldn't someone have knocked Beck out and dragged him unconscious under the sewer?
No, it would just take a poor excuse. It was just a poor excuse to open his mouth. No, tell Thena what she said is impossible. Now, there's nothing left to investigate. And nothing left to hide. Let's wrap this case up here and now. We should put a stop to these excuses. Moko's... We need to question... Oh, okay. I'm still alive. Hi, Brian. Okay, so I think this is where it like... I think they make me save there because I think this is where it splits. Right? And I'm pretty sure I know what's up. Pretty sure I know what's up. But I have to find out what I'm pretty sure I know what the actual solution is. But I want to see what the other route is, which is I'm pretty sure can I just be like, there's nothing. There's nothing to investigate anymore, Tina. You're being crazy. Couldn't someone have knocked out Bet and Dry? Detective Tina, Mr. Beck opened the drain pipe himself. How do you know that? On the Sarge's memory survey. There's an entry regarding the drain. Beck left a memory of his voice when he opened the drain. If someone had knocked him out and dragged him down there, we wouldn't have been able to hear him, right? Ah, that's right! I guess I was just being dumb. No, expressing your doubts, no matter how dumb they are, is better than keeping your mouth shut. And with this, it's even clear who our culprit is. Yes. You're right. A murder committed by a creature that didn't know any better. That was what we presumed, but, in fact, it wasn't only the creature that was used in such a way. Liza Moko, a handler with the skill to control her creatures, was used like a chess piece. Instead of getting his own hands dirty, he put the murder on an innocent bystander. That's exactly what you did, isn't it, Mr. Beck?
Huh, I'm done for.
Case closed. Case closed, case closed. Is it going to give us an epilogue? And then there's going to be a loud Steam achievement noise because I still haven't turned it off?
Phew, that was a hard one. Thanks to you, Note, we wrapped it up quickly. But that was several times more exhausting than a normal case.
That's because it was such a dark and heavy case. Making someone else into a murderer to accomplish your own goals? How could a human made of the same stuff as us be capable of such a thing?
No, you're wrong there. That thing, he's no human.
Huh? Great job, everyone. Let's take a 30-minute break before deciding our next case to work on.
Too much. We headed out on that case without even having a spot of lunch.
There's a few sausages left. Do you want one?
They're cold.
Can't be helped. The four of us all had to focus on that case.
True.
True. Since all four of us were in one place, it's natural for the other cases to be pushed back. Wait, 4? Hey, Sergeant, where'd Detective Brian run off to? What? Wasn't he with you? What? Wasn't he with you?
No, there's 2 cars. So it's a given that we drive back in 2s, no?
There's no room for Brian in my back seat. I could barely fit Note back there. Then, Detective Brian, are you reading me? No, sorry. Sorry to have made you wait. These drains are a bit more cramped than I thought, so it's taking me a bit more time to get out of here. Sorry for the delay of your return. I should be getting out in about 10 minutes. We forgot him. So? Right. Here's what we do. Let's say we drove back to the office to grab a change of clothes and some food for him after all he's been through. Sounds like a plan. Let's grab him some ointment from too. Good idea. It'll make it seem like we were really worried about him. Seriously, you two. Not a human side to either of you. After a short time, Tina took the remaining sausages and some medicine back to the facility. From what she told us later on, Detective Brian seemed rather touched by it as he munched down on the cold sausages. Just like that, the Woods case came to a close. Then, when I was writing up the report, I remembered one thing that was still unclear. It was about the area that we were unable to access due to Mr. Nine Beck having contacted the Bureau. Mr. Beck wasn't there at the time of the murder. The place had nothing to do with the murder he carried out. So why do you go to such lengths for us to stop investigating it? And why would the chief grant such an absurd request? I had so many questions, but the case was already closed. For us, the work was already done. There you go. Yay! So that's the bad ending. And now we go to the good ending. Sergeant, how do you think things turned out this way? I didn't. How'd you? Anyways, I think it's time that we confronted our very actual murderer. I can't believe this is coming back up again, but maybe, just maybe. Just maybe. Oh no, really? Oh, right. Oh, what? What do you mean? Oh, the door? There you go. Well, I've already said my suspicions, right? Sergeant, now that I'm thinking about it, there is one place that we haven't investigated yet. There. There is. The door in the mammal wing that had staff only written on it. That's the place. Ah, that place. The door that we thought might lead to a laboratory, right?
I see that door. Didn't I make it clear that you weren't allowed in there?
Yes, you did. The higher up said that place was off limits, so we should leave it be. But what did you say before? Because they came to an agreement with Mr. Beck, if we had enough proof that he was involved with the incident, we could investigate there. Note, is there any special reason that you want to look around there? With the evidence we've collected thus far, I don't think we'd have a problem convicting Beck for this. Beck's reaction is rather disconcerting. Huh? Who said that?
Huh?
At first, I thought Mr. Beck's claim of being in his lab at the time of the murder were meant to stop us from investigating it. But at this point, I don't think it's a matter of what trace evidence we find of him down there. Yet here he is, still trying to stop us from carrying out an investigation downstairs. I think there might be something else hidden in this crime of his. I believe the evidence for it lies somewhere downstairs. It should be all right. Yes. I do believe it'll take me some time to work out of this drainage system regardless. So how about you all investigate underground while I do? Can't be helped. I'll allow it. However, if the cheese cracks the whip later on, it'll be on you, Note, who will have to put his mind at ease.
Huh? That's a little. Then that settles it. Do you have the key on you? What are you saying? I won't allow it. I'm still the acting director here. No, you don't get it. This is your chance, Mr. Beck. Excuse me. Excuse me. You said that you were in your lab before suddenly moving into the drainage system, right? If we investigate the lab, we might find something to prove just that. If you really are telling the truth, you have no reason to stop us, right? And to correct one thing you just said, you're not the acting director, Mr. Beck. You're our prime suspect in this. So, you're gonna give me that key, right?
Put that gun away, Dina. Jesus, lady. You're scaring the man.
Here we are. The underground part of the facility you all wanted to see so bad. How should I put this? This place fits you, Mr. Beck.
The air's stale, and it's much more messy than the first floor. Is there no automatic cleaning system in the basement? If that's the case, let's get to investigating. Huh? Right, the investigation.
Indeed. Let's go.
Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Okay. What the fuck is that? Whoa. 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Where's 4? What's number 4? What's 4? 4? Where's 4? Which one's 4? Where's 4? Where's 4? Am I going crazy? Where's 4? The bucket? The door? The mop? What else? The gas mask? The suit? Where is it? Where's number 4? Uh-oh. I don't know where number 4 is. What's in this bucket? Fur?
There sure is a lot of it. I guess that's why I feel a tickle in my nose, huh? Honestly, I'd rather just sneeze.
Do it that way, please. Sergeant, did you read the memories of it? Let's just move on to the next thing. All right. A mop. From the fact that they have cleaning supplies down here, I guess the basement doesn't have the same automatic cleaning system.
Then does that mean we'll still have footprints?
I mean, we might, but with such important evidence, I think Mr. Beck might have mopped it up anyways.
Well then, we're back where we started.
And the head of the mop. It's too dark to make it out, but it's got a strangely reddish hue. What? Where does that door lead?
The laboratory. That's where I normally work. So, this place that you've been talking about, according to you, Mr. Beck, you were in there before being transported to the drains, right?
But what exactly does research into creatures entail?
Well, I guess we're about to find out. Here, let's just...
What the fuck? Hi, Thina. Thina? Don't scare... Is it Thina? Do not stand in the middle of my screen and just look at me like that. Thina, please. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me, actually. Thina? Thina? Detective? What exactly is back there? Don't look. What? Don't look, Note. That's an order. Sergeant. Move. Huh? Ooh. Uh-oh.
You. How could you, you bastard?
Detective. Thina? Thina, cut it out. You and I can't stop them this time. They could do what they please. I have to have an answer. Speak. What are you people? What have you done?
First, let me go. Ah!
Still able to talk. Was I not squeezing hard enough?
Ah! Ah!
That's it, huh? That's it. Just like that. That's how you made all of the creatures up there, huh?
Ah!
Detective, stop! How is he supposed to answer when you're squeezing the life out of him like that? Fair point. Okay, speak up. Say something. If you don't... Detective! You're not going to kill him, are you? You promised. Oh my god.
Ah! Ah!
Sorry it took me so long getting back. Good timing. Why'd you have to go and say that? I just wanted to scare him some more. Of course, I was going to kill him. After all, I'm the one in charge of interrogations. I've got to listen to absolutely everything he has to say.
Ah!
You stop your whining. You can tell me now, yes? What are you doing behind that door?
Yes, I'll tell you. Creature mutations. We're promoting mutations. We do it so we can study more creature variations.
You promote mutations?
Depending on the mutations the creatures carry, their values can vary wildly. The right ones can have a large impact on the nation's economy.
To that end, you carry out such unethical experiments. That is the truth that you're hoping to hide from us.
Unethical from the ordinary perspective, yes.
What was that?
In the past, people here at Woods used these methods to form a pig into a creature with high reproductive abilities. This breed is the most well-known creature alive, and it's quite likely that you've ingested a product made from it.
Be strong. Can't throw up now.
The breed is now raised in large herds at low cost, and it saves so much from starvation. My research has saved countless lives. You have no idea how many more I could save. Yet people feel sorry for these walking meals that can't speak or tell me to stop. The same people who go about their lives happily eating meat. That's not unethical. They're hypocrisy.
It's so obvious. I'm not surprised. To be so proud of your work, and then to turn around and hide in a corner. You're going to hide all of this until the very end, huh?
Someone get this woman off of me!
Athena, help Brian look around the corridor some more. We'll take care of Beck. Cool your head. Should I? Detective Tina, what on earth is behind that door? Ignorance is bliss, note. On this, at least, that holds true. I'm counting on you. Indeed. Don't worry about her. Sergeant, about Detective Tina. It's because of her time at the probation's office. It's the largest... largest... Sergeant? Sorry. It's the largest division in the operations sector of the Bureau. And though the name might sound peaceful enough, they're responsible for capturing the staffers who've turned to crime. The special unit trained in armed and unarmed combat. Dina was a rather famous officer in the probation's office. Her rate of gunning down targets instead of capturing them was overwhelmingly higher than that of her peers. She wasn't nearly as talkative back then either. Then why'd she move to the Men and Affairs division? She filed for the transfer herself. From what Brian tells me of the time, Tina was trapped in a building during one of her operations, and only managed to escape when the criminal she was targeting helped her. That case, I think it changed Tina's outlook on life somehow. Okay. And Detective Brian knew her before she transferred over? Ah, those two went through training together, And also, Sarge, can I borrow you for a moment? I'll tell you the rest later. Honestly, I know absolutely nothing about these people. You say these footprints were left at the time of the crime? Yes. That can't be. Beck was supposed to be in the drainage line by then. Indeed, but I checked them with my own two eyes. These footprints, they weren't made by Beck. These footprints in the corridor were made by our memo handler, Kendrick Hawes. What? I knew it. I knew it. Thena's crazy. Kendrick did it. Because he can control mammals. He controls dogs. He controls cats. He controls rabbits. He controls bears. He controls creatures. He controls humans, right? Are you sure about this? Yes. Yes. Even if you check the distance of the strides, there's no doubt that the footprints were made by Hawes. Then, didn't we conclude earlier that Hawes was in the mammal wing? Yeah, ha ha. Well, we must have been mistaken. Mistaken? No, here's a trace photo Brian just filled out. If you take a look, you can see for yourself. Right. If we think about why we believe Hawes was in the mammal wing and take a good look at this trace photo, we can see why we were mistaken. Can we? Hawes. Aw. Right, if we look... He was sitting on the ladder in the basement and not in the mammal hall. Holy shit. We thought Hawes was in the mammal wing because of the stepladder. After all, the time Mr. Hawes left those marks on the ladder was the same time we estimated the victim's death. Aha! That's right! So? Huh? Oh, right. No, we're still in the middle of an investigation. Right, sorry. So, we figured Mr. Hawes was sitting where the ladder currently stands, but that's clearly not the case. I see. I see. I see. The 4 square impressions in the downstairs corridor. Perhaps those you speak of? Perhaps it's those that you speak of. That's what he meant to say. Yes. They were left by the stepladder in the mammal wing. Also, when you read the memories from the stepladder before, Sergeant... Right. It held memories of being moved. In other words, Mr. Hawes brought the ladder down to use it, meaning he wasn't in the mammal wing at the time of the incident. He was here, in the space meant for staff only. But why did he bring the stepladder down? Maybe he brought it down to help him use his skill? Maybe he was trying to get in range of his creature on the first floor. No. The range of Hawes' skill is only 4 meters. Even if he had pressed his head against the ceiling, he'd never reached the mammal wing on the first floor. Then why? How about we start calling over Hawes? We've got no choice but to hear what he has to say. This case, does it have more to hide? Of course it has more to hide. We just found a real culprit. I can't. Australian whistling. What a gloomy lot you are. Look at that gloomy lot of you. Looks like you're still at it. Oh, Mr. Beck. Why'd they have you like that? You say something you shouldn't have again? Get fooled by Milko, perhaps? Mr. Hawes, we'll be asking the questions. What brought you down here at the time of the crime? What's this now? What's this now? Who told you that? Vice President Beck? Yes, I was down here. But why? You said you were having a seat on the ladder in the mammal wing then, didn't you? I said normally I do. I never said I was in the mammal wing at the time of the crime, did I? What? Did you just lead us to think that then? No. You thought what you wanted to think. As I said, I was down here. Do you have an issue with that? Would you mind taking a statement then? At the time of the crime, what were you up to? That doesn't sound too difficult. I'll tell you the truth about all this. Oh, shit. Mr. Beck sometimes forgets to lock the door down here. The first time, it was sheer curiosity that brought me down here. That day, I was shocked about what was going on in that lab back there. Humans are not different from animals. So how could some of us be so arrogant? I decided to let the outside world know what was going on within these four walls. That's why I began sneaking in whenever the door was unlocked, gathering my evidence. Yesterday, I found the door unlocked. That was my only reason coming down here. So nothing weird about that, right? From what I gathered, it fits. Of course it does. I'm not the sort to throw out feeble attempts at deception. Well then, why didn't you tell us that you came down here? Sorry, the Australians rubbing off on me too. Tell you, Bureau people, are you joking? No, here's a statement. About this. Yes, there's a part of this we can't ignore. That part, let's press him on it. Hey, why are you lying? Oi, why are you lying here? I'm losing my Australian. I'm losing all my accents really. They're all blending together. What was it? This one? Nope, this one. Yes. You liar. Stop lying. Why the hell are you lying to me? Mr. Hase, why are you lying? What? Where is this coming from? I can't mention the abnormal heartbeat we detected from when our prime suspect, Mr. Beck, is also listening. I've got no choice but to dig a little further. You say you had no reason, but I'm willing to bet that that's not true. Well, there was one other reason. Huh? That was surprisingly easy. Then what was your other reason for coming down here? That's a secret. Mr. Hase, dancing around the truth during an official statement isn't a good idea. Worst case scenario, we accuse you of the crime and close the investigation. So please, think about this one more time before answering again. I mean, if it happens, it happens. It happens. However, do you really think you could do that? As things stands, am I really the most suspect for this? Clever. He knows that if he keeps holding out, he won't bleed for this. Why is that? We pointed out a number of suspicious actions, but none of them seemed to faze him. That's because Mr. Hase hasn't told a single outright lie. Come to think of it, Mr. Beck said so himself. Milko's the type of person to lie unnecessarily when she gets a little flustered. But Mr. Hase wouldn't even lie to fool a person. Even though he's trying to deceive us, he's relying on his ambiguity to mislead us in place of lies. No lies? How many times is that going to get him out of this? A good con artist always leaves an escape route open. Well then, Mr. Hase, I'd like to ask you one more question. What might that be? The reason you came down here, does it have to do with the murder? I'll hold my tongue on that one as well. Why's that? Excuse me. I just don't want to comment on it. It's a private matter. If it has nothing to do with the case, then let's just say it's not related and be done with it. One simple answer would do nothing to violate your privacy. However, avoiding the question, that's the same as saying that it is related to the crime in question. Ah, you're right. I guess it's better to say it like this. My actions weren't unrelated to the case.
Good to hear.
What a weird guy. Is he giving himself up? Perhaps if he said it wasn't related to the case, when we found out it was, he'd be calling a lie, and he wouldn't have his escape rope anymore. I see. Thus, he'd rather admit to the charge. Thus, he'd rather admit to the charge. The charge. Charge. Then he's hoping he'll move on quietly. And then we caught Beck away. He'll give some small excuse relating to how he was involved. Seriously. Theona turns into such a different person when it comes to heated verbal exchanges. When it comes to that, you're right. Yeah, she's something else. But he made a mistake. He shouldn't have convinced me. Now that I know that Mr. Hawes is connected to this, I just need to figure out why it's relevant. Are you expecting to find something? Not yet. I'm not sure this is the sort of thing that's going to be figured out by connecting one or two clues. However, if Mr. Hawes is connected to this somehow, I'm sure that our clues have a few implications that could lead us on the right path. It seems I'm gonna have to make a mess of all this. Oh, the evidence. Oh, it didn't do the noise. It didn't do the throwing around the paper noise. That made me sad. Up until now, it has seemed that out of all of our suspects, Mr. Hawes has been the furthest from the crime. When we found out that it was Miss Moko who turned a creature loose onto the victim, Mr. Hawes was practically cleared of all suspicion. And then when we found out that it was Mr. Beck who moved her, there's no place for Mr. Hawes in all this. Yet he just admitted that he was involved in this crime. So if I look back on all the clues, if I look back on all the clues I've gathered at once, check out all the doubts and actions that didn't make sense, I'll find they're all connected. They're all connected. The evidence. Oh, the evidence. Okay. Who's this Slice Moko? You prepare the meals. They weigh over 100 kilograms, but they're quite easy to move. Mealtime is over. Are fed in the same way. The skill... Hawes' skill is similar to mine for some reason, but his threat level is higher than mine. Ah, I see. And then this... It's true situation. As you know, I was in a drains at the time of the situation. I clearly remember. Somewhere else, then. Okay. I think... Okay. What they're saying is... I don't know which one of these they want me to say, because they're both related. Actually, no, I think it's this, actually. So, Hawes has the ability to control mammals. Mammals including humans, right? But there are a few things that kind of stipulate him. One being that he's an SDN, but that doesn't really relate to the case. More it relates to his own actual life. But the important one is that he only has 4 meters. That connects to this, because this is 4 meters tall, and if he was on the ground, he wouldn't be able to come up here. And assuming, right, he wouldn't be able to come down here. I mean, and use his skill and the drainage pipes if he's assumed to be like on the floor. However, he uses the ladder, which is these impressions here, to go up near the roof, so he is actually able to use the skill in the drainage pipe where Beck is. He teleports Moko and he eats him. And Moko, and the whole thing that we did with Moko and Beck is still true. Mr. Beck sometimes forgets to lock his door. Sometimes it was sheer curiosity that brought me down here. And on that day, I was shocked to find out what was going on. So arrogant. I decided to... He's related. You're related, man? Right? So he's related to the crime. He can control mammals. He used that to go down to the basement where he put Beck into the drainage pipe and he was able to reach him with the ladder, and then so he took Beck, and then yeah, that's right. Dude, oh shit, really? Only 4? I clearly remember that, but I was suddenly somewhere else. Pauses is this one. Is it? Oh no, that was one of the right ones. Okay. Down here. Oh, humans are no different from us animals. Okay. Because humans are mammals. And then there's one more that's not right. Mammal creatures are basically found the same way. Oh no, that was one of the right ones. Which one is the wrong one then? These top 3 are right. Is it this? Yep. Okay. Oi. You mammal? I've unlocked it. I've unlocked it. We misunderstood one of the most fundamental truths from the very beginning. Because of our own arrogance, the criminal was prancing right in front of us the whole time. There's one thing that's been bothering me. One thing. I imagine that you must have a whole host of questions. Yeah, let's just see how long you can keep up the slick guy act. Mr. Hase, besides the catalyst part, your skill and Miss Moko's skills are actually quite similar, yes? Now that I mention it, though, the threat level of your skill is 1 rank higher, STN. That's as dangerous as a fully armed tank, isn't that right? Well, our skills are quite different. On that, we can be certain. I mean, it's clear that your skills have slight differences, after all. Compared to Ms. Moko, who can only give a simple order to where to move, you are able to use that monkey's mouth as your own and pull off rather sophisticated feats. It felt like that thing was possessed. But that alone doesn't explain everything. In terms of your skill range, Ms. Moko is overwhelmingly superior. But in the end, the catalyst plays a lot into your STN threat level. At the time of the crime, you grabbed the ladder and brought it down here, and then you climbed up onto it. That was when you used your skill. You had to stay within 4 meters of your target. Hold up, Note. We said before that even if Hase was pressed against the ceiling, he wouldn't be able to reach the first floor. He didn't need to. That was Redfins. What do you... That's right. He didn't need to reach the first floor, because the target he was aiming for was in the drains. Wait, no! The only person that was in there was...
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Hase?
Mr. Hase, you were able to control every member of the mammal family. Any mammal. And people. We're mammals too, are we not? And people. I thought he was gonna say a bit like funnier. I'm like, and we're mammals too. And people, they're mammals too. Whoa! So just like air blows like from him. I can't like Phoenix Wright style. Oh God! How did he know that? Oh. Holy shit. Brian, the cuffs. I'm 1 step ahead of you. Ah! Bitch. What do you think you're doing? Let me go!
Quiet. You, and step back about 4 meters, would you? No, cuffs are no normal. Those cuffs are no normal cuffs. From this second, you're dead. So if we so desire, it was you. From the start to the finish, it was you.
Do as you wish. I won't say a word. Mr. Hase, that would show a lack of judgment on your part. What would? Just a moment ago, you confessed to Athena that you were involved in crime. Then, Nate puts forward his hypothesis that says you're the culprit. And that said hypothesis lines up perfectly with the ridiculous statements that made by Mr. Beck. If you're so unable to refute Nate's hypothesis, there's no better suspect for this than you. The silence that you have wielded as a weapon thus far is now a poisoned blade aimed back at you. You utter pillocks. Let me explain just how you did it. Bullocks. A few minutes before the crime, Liza Moko was in the reptile wing where she worked, and Nine Beck was in his laboratory. That's when you, Mr. Hase, used your skill to control Mr. Beck. You brought him up to the first floor, and then led him to the drain pipes. And then, just as he was about to get out of your range, you went underground. Using the ladder, you got up against the ceiling, and then you used your skill once more to control Mr. Beck. In the meantime, in the reptile wing, when everything was in place, Miss Moko headed for the lounge number 1. You made Mr. Beck use his skill while under your control, moving Miss Moko to the lounge number 2. Hold up, give me 1 second. 1 second. Sicko, okay. Miss Moko was none the wiser. So when she sent her creature to the feeding room on her left, that's right where the creature moved. However, that was actually where the victim was located. Oh, get fucked. Oh, get fucked. Mr. Kendrick calls. Hase, you are a culprit. Huh. Unfortunate, really. Oh, shit. No more poor Australians. They killed a person. To be fair, I don't know if that person knew about what the hell was happening here. Well, we've got his confession. I'll call the probations division. Right. Good work, everyone. Athena, escort Mr. Beck back to the first floor and keep an eye on him. Even though he's not our guy, they're gonna take him in. I can't put you with Hase.
Ah, is that so? Sorry to bother you, but could you please be in charge of someone else? This woman is a bit...
Dear me, you certainly have a lot of requests. Then shall I? No, I'll take care of him. You're not the most physically adept detective. Instead, keep an eye on Athena for me. Okay, I will. So, don't I get a last meal or some before you take me away? No, so sit quietly. We received orders that we're allowed to shoot you if you get too close.
Why'd you kill him?
Aren't you much more to the point?
The victim, why'd you kill him?
You saw what they do to these creatures. This facility has connections to the Bureau and the government. Even if we were to tell what people was going on, they covered it up in a heartbeat. So I made a judgment call, and whack! I dropped the hammer. I took out the president. I took out the vice president. I made the call.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
You're okay with that?
But why Moko? I know she doesn't have the greatest personality, but did she know what was going on at the lab?
Well...
Also, what about the creature that tasted human flesh because of you? If you were going to drop the hammer of justice, you should have dirtied your own hands. You bloodied the hands of the innocent people to save your own skin. Even the creatures you were trying to protect. Seriously, doesn't that bother you even a little? That creature wanted that. And Milko, if that woman had known, would it have changed anything? No, actually, if she had known, she would have pretended not to and just kept on walking. She only cares about keeping the food on her own table, oblivious to how the world turns. But I'm different. This world needs people like me to make sacrifices. This guy's insane, huh? Wow, there's something wrong with this guy. What? Cut the crap. Do you honestly think people here were doing the things that they did without knowing that they were in the wrong? Detective Thina. You're all the same. Even you. eh, Even though you all know what you're doing. Even though you all know what you're okay. Even though you all know what you're doing, you do it because you think you're more important. You think your cause is more important. You use your own reasons to rationalize your decisions. You play dumb. You say it's not what it is. That's how you live with yourselves. Are you blind? You think I'm like them? But of course, you're lower than them. To be perfectly frank, I can relate to what you did in part. I don't like this facility any more than you do. However, you said it yourself that it was your duty to protect your animals. But you used that creature as a tool to commit murder. How many times do I have to tell you? That creature wanted to do that. Did you talk to that? Did it talk to you like a human? Did it say, please let me kill someone? You think humans are like animals, yet you don't think you're like other humans? I'll agree on one point. You can't overcome your anger, so you did a thing against your better judgment. I'm clearly not getting through to you. And with how you're talking, you must admit your fair share of morons, huh? Alright then. Since we beat your convictions to death, how about I tell you some of mine? And regarding mine, I've killed my fair share of murderers like you in the past. Typical. I mean, I figured I was cleaning up the world a bit, saving innocent lives and all. However, that wasn't the case. I learned later on that even murderers could have a change of heart. So, for those who atone for their sins, they deserve a second chance at life. That's why I chose a job where I could hear the words straight from the killer's mouth. Yet, there's the scum who use that opportunity to kill again. For those monsters, death seems better, huh? So, are you gonna kill me? Using that gun right there? No. I've got better things for you in store. Detective Thina! I'm gonna call the sergeant down. Do what you will. It'll be over before she gets here. What on earth are you doing this? Or why on earth are you doing this? What's this? What's that? It's the trigger for the cuffs you're wearing. If I push this yellow button, a stream of high voltage electricity will run through your body, frying you like a crisp. You savage. Have you gone mad? Say it. Tell me this murder was a simple case of you venting your anger. If I find your answer satisfactory, I might just press the other button. Fry or go free. The choice is yours. All right, I'll talk. Damn you. Speak. Speak. Oh shit. He fainted. Like I expected any less. That was harsh. Sorry. I was just so flustered I couldn't help it. I was so scared that you were gonna do something you'd regret. But I said I was sorry. It was just an act, just a show. No, I'm sorry, but could you fetch the Sarge? I'll tell her what happened. Okay. Detective Tina? Oh, wait, she just says Sarge.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, what is it?
What's my name?
Eh? Where's this nonsense coming from? Your note, of course.
Please say my full name.
Ah, is Note just a nickname?
Well, crap. I must have never introduced myself. The name's No Trick Case. Please remember it. Mr. Kendrick Hawes. Ah, shit.
I thought I would play the part pretty well, but was it really that obvious?
You got her voice good enough, but Detective Dina calls the sergeant by her nickname Pandy.
This girl really is a loon.
This conversation is being transmitted to our colleagues through staff. I'm sure they're already on their way. Let's not make this any bigger than it is. Let Detective Dina go.
And what are they gonna do when they get here? This girl is pretty much my hostage. After all, I have the trigger for my cuffs.
I have one too. Don't even think about it.
Is that so? Then you'll just have to die.
It's empty?
What? She went on and on like that, but no bullets? Ugh, she's all bark, no bite.
Am I alive? My legs were trembling so hard I couldn't move.
Right. There's more than one trigger, huh? What are you doing? What do you think?
I want to keep these cuffs on, not knowing what...
You want me to keep these cuffs on, not knowing when this girl will kill me?
Kill me. So the green button releases the cuffs? Right. You'd rather I fry myself with the yellow button? Like I'd ever... Also, I'm... Why you just... I didn't let you free from my skill. Why? Why won't these stupid cuffs open? Isn't there a poison in one of them? Staffer cuffs are a quick acting failsafe built into them just in case a staffer over the rank of Bowie tries to resist. Each detective is provided with a triggering remote, and that trigger allows the detective to subdue the staffer before they pose a threat. The yellow button triggers a stream of electricity enough to subdue the wearer at the first press, but subsequent presses, the shock gets stronger. However, some staffers have skills that can protect them from electric currents, which is why we have the second button. The second button, the green button, is for the neurotoxin. In a heartbeat, the toxin hits the brain, where it disables motor functions. After that, death. As for the button that releases the cuffs remotely, that button doesn't exist. Why? I definitely pressed green. He's dead. Looks like Kendrick Hawes had an accident. Fry, or go free. Detective Thena, why'd you phrase your demand like that? I didn't lie to him. I truly didn't. Oh, that's morbid. You think about how she says it? You get shocked or you go free. Free in death. Scary. Scary, scary, scary. Thena's scary. Note. Note. Yeah. Sorry, you must have been tired. There's something you have to fill out yourself. No need to apologize. Your role in this is finished, so I'm thankful you're helping me out. No need to thank me. I try to be as helpful as I can be. That's just the sort of person I am. Yes, that's exactly the sort of person you are. And Detective Athena, she's just the same. Oh, hey. Oh, you're here. Chief. Why the hell are you here? I didn't expect you to see you. Hey. Hi, Daydreamer. What's up? Hey. Detective Case. You sure played an active role in this case, didn't you? Good work, my boy. And I heard you crawled through the drain pipe, Detective Bry. You seem to be surprisingly chipper today. I thought this Thena business would have you angry. Actually, we're quite lucky. Woods has been in a bit of a nosedive the past 4 years, and thanks to this fortunately timed incident, we were able to close her down. Close down the facility. That's right. Quite a number of inhumane studies have been conducted at the Woods facilities. If word got out, they'd make the connection to the Bureau, and we'd be condemned alongside them. However, it was the Bureau's own agents that brought that to light. That makes us the heroes in this story, exposing the threats that lay in wait. Due to that fact, the punishment for Detective how the fuck do you say that? Hervinus? Hervinus. I'm gonna say Hervinus. Will be rather light. After all, the killer died to a simple misunderstanding. Did the Bureau really not know about the research that was going on there? Detective Case, you really do ask silly questions sometimes. Whether we knew or not is hardly the important matter here. I'm beginning to see why no one likes you, Chief. Dear me. Did I do something wrong? If I had to pick one problem, I'd say it's just you existing. You could do with being a lot less honest at times. Phenoman Bureau, London branch, 4th floor balcony. Oh. Red fins. Pandy. Sergeant. Stop smoking, it's bad for you. Your eyes are gonna go yellow in a second, please. The jaundice is kicking in. Playing hooky again? Ah, you caught me. I hate paperwork. Plus, you're better at it than me. Not today. I'm playing hooky too. We'll both get in trouble for running off. You sure you're not running off because Chief gave you an earful? Huh? Are you reading my memories or something? Not a chance. I can't touch people. I see. Then back when Mr. Beck touched her shoulder. The sergeant. She's just that sort of person. Or is she? This case. It's going to make a wave in our country. It's going to change how people perceive creatures as a whole. It's possible that even creature-based foods could be banned. It's going to be a rough time for the people who live off creature meats. Do you think Mr. Beck really did his research for the betterment of mankind? I can't tell you what went on in that man's brain. But I can tell you that he wasn't lying to us. That criminal, Beck, would have thought he was sticking to his morals with all that research. Instead of that bad feeling doing... Yeah. Instead of bad... Redfins? Sergeant. Instead of feeling bad about doing it for money, I bet it put his heart at ease. People who are stuck in their own ways, they act outside of the ideas of right and wrong. They don't care about the truth or making up excuses. That goes for Beck, Hase too, and also Detective Dina. You're well aware of that, aren't you, Nip? Dina's actions, they lay outside the realm of what we view as good and evil. Evil? How do you say that? Oh well. No one can change Dina until she decides to change herself. I guess Detective Dina's always been like that then. I was the only one who didn't know. That's right. If you had kept on not knowing, you wouldn't fear her. However. You think I'm scared of her? Are you not? This isn't me tooting my own horn, but my town was on the outskirts of the outskirts, so the public order wasn't really our strong suit. The sheriff was known to shoot and kill criminals. The private investigator at my firm helped him with that a few times. I didn't think it was good, but I wasn't at all opposed to it either. Well then, why the long face? Well... Please stop smoking. That's what the long face is for. Hi, Thina. Hi, Brian.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, that was faster than I thought.
I don't see Pandy or Note around. Those two sometimes disappear without a trace. I was lucky and ended up settling for a pay cut. I thought it'd be my neck this time. Not metaphorically either. Seriously.
Since you're back, how about you stop filling this out? Filling this out.
Why is there more paperwork than usual?
Because of you. Even though it was ruled as an accident, you did that on purpose, yes?
I did. And I didn't do it when you were there like I promised, right?
Right. Yet.
What is it this time? Did the chief give you an earful? Sorry. I'll make it up for you this weekend. How does that sound?
It's not that.
I thought we finished this discussion a while back. I didn't do that on a whim. I'm okay with dying on this hill. At least that won't cause the lot of you any more harm. It's better than losing another colleague.
Thina. Note was rather shocked by everything.
Right, I can understand that.
Detective Thina, you're back.
Note. But of course, what, you miss me? This was so cringeworthy, wasn't it?
No, that's not it. I just had something that I wanted to say to you.
Something to say.
I think that no matter how many crimes a person commits, it's better not to kill them. I'm not as set in my beliefs as you are, Detective. I just don't feel right being involved in the death of someone. So if we ever find ourselves in a situation like that, like we did, if we ever find ourselves in a situation like we did today, I'm gonna do everything in my power to stop you.
Okay. Understandable,
Under normal circumstances. So, Detective, you'll have to anticipate my interference and adapt appropriately, if you wish to achieve your goal.
What?
You were only able to do what you did today because you caught me off guard. But I'll be ready next time. It won't be easy.
No, what are you getting at exactly?
I just wanted to tell you in advance to save us the argument later. I thought it'd be better to get it out of the way. Get it all out there. Fucking Brian. Brian in the middle of all this.
It's not that, Note. I mean, you couldn't kill a person, could you?
I mean, I guess not.
And my killing a man doesn't disgust you or anything?
I wouldn't say it disgusts me, but it's not good. After all, it's you we're talking about, Detective Thina. I just had this thought today. Even after working with all of you for a whole month, I still know very little about you. That doesn't just go for you either, Detective. It also goes for the extent of the sergeant's refusal to touch people and Detective Brian's overwhelming kindness and passion for his job. Oh, I ran out of breath. I really had no idea. For some reason, that really frustrated me. So I thought why that might be. And I think the feeling comes from my liking you all. That goes for you, Detective Thina, Detective Brian, and, well, you get it. I think I want to know more about you all. I want you to know more about me. You might be disappointed by what you might find out. You may even find it disagreeable, but I don't think I'm going anywhere. I like it here. That may have been crossing from honesty to simply saying too much, but it's good to hear.
Wait, hold up. Then, that glum look from before.
Right. That was me dwelling on this.
What? You got me all worried.
Thina, the gun! As per usual, you need to restrain yourself.
Huh? What's with you two? Seriously.
Also, it's like empty all the time, isn't it?
No, you're way odder than me. You're the first person to get to know me and not say anything positive or negative about what I have to say. I'm thankful for that more than anything. However, I must apologize. There's one thing that I have to take to my grave. My crimes. My betrayal. If I told you, things couldn't continue as they are. Still, because it's you,
you may find out one day. Please, when you do, I hope you'll hold on to the right values when you judge me. I completely forget what that's alluding to. Note. I thought you might. I thought you sort of reminded me of him, but I guess not. I guess that's not right, huh? Look here. Oh, hello. I know you. It's been a while. Why are you here? Are you here to kill me too? Yay! Case 2, Pet Shop, End. It's over. It's over. Yay! Return to the case select scene, please. That's chase 2. Chase 2. And then we'll go on to case 3, and then case 4, and then case 5, and then we'll look at the other things, and then we'll play the other game. If you see these titles and you see these cards, the images that represent each case, and you're like, and you get the pattern, you are right. But yeah, that was chapter 2. I realized that no music plays when I'm on the screen. But yeah, chapter 2 of or case 2, really, I should say, of Stafford case. Playing it back, like I say, I already know this game, but playing that case back, unfortunately, now that we've gone through the entire thing, it's a bit worse than I remembered. I thought it was paced a bit better. But I still have my likes. I think I have a bit more dislikes than I do likes, unfortunately. But let's go over to this screen. Hello. Sorry to blast people with white. if you didn't expect it. Hi, I do this at the end of these streams. So, pet shop. First of all, let me state the things that I like before I state the things that I dislike. I like the concept. I like the concept of it. The idea of, it's basically like a Rube Goldberg effect of murder, as well as okay, let me just write this down. Like a Rube, how do you spell Rube Goldberg? Goldberg. Or is it Ruth Goldberg? Or is it ROOB? Rube Goldberg. Oh, it is Rube Goldberg. Oh, sick. I'm so good at spelling. All right, yeah, but like the concept of like a Rube Goldberg kind of murder, involving multiple people is really cool. It is a really cool idea. And also the Rube Goldberg murder is actually, no, I don't know if I could show the word murder on my stream. Is cool. Can I change the font, or can I change how giant it is? It is. Rube Goldberg is cool. Rube Goldberg kill is cool. And also I do like the pets. Pets are cool. I also like the the concept's cool. I also like the overarching story of the case. Overarching story / plot, aka everything involving woods, creature meat, everything involving the woods, creature meat, motives. Actually, I'll save that one for later. Everything with Thena, I'll bring her up probably after. Right now, I like most of it. Is there anything about it that I dislike? Not really. I think that's one thing that this chapter really does well. And okay, let's talk about her. Since we already brought her up, Thena. I don't know if this is obvious or if it was obvious. Though to be fair, I haven't really shared my thoughts on this game that much. Thena is easily my favorite detective in this game. I love Thena. Thena's so cool, and she's so fun. I really like her function. Thena as a character and plot device within game is super cool. Because she said this about herself, right? She is not a particularly good character nor a bad character. She goes on her own like accord. She is a prime example of a vigilante. Not a vigilante, but you know, the reason and the way she explains why she does things and why she does it is mostly out of like for her own sake. Or not her own sake, but from her what she does is based on her own morals, right? Which is very different from everyone else's. Which they compared it to like her good and bad is not on the spectrum of good and bad, you know. What is generally accepted as good and bad. And I find that really cool in this game. Especially as a character, because she is a character that is constantly with you. She will be in the game for the rest of time. Spoilers. I don't know if that's much of a spoiler. You can expect that. Expect that she'll be everywhere. Because she is a part of your team. But yeah, I do have kind of a soft spot for characters like that. Characters that, you know, not vigilante per se, but, you know, they blur almost the line of good and bad. And, like, if they have to, like, go against, like, if they have to go against the grain in order to get their goals done, as long as it's done in whatever they believe is, like, a good taste, I like the character. Like, that, it's a soft spot that hits me there, you know? And I think this story, and at least, like, you know, if you exclude, like, the murder and only go with you go to a factory with, you go to a factory that manufactures, that tests and manufactures different creatures, but you find out that they are manufacturing, like, really, like, unethically, and they're experimenting, like, very, very bad. And how that affects, you know, Tina, who has her very, like, solid thoughts about, who has her very, very solid thoughts about, you know, what's happening within the in the world, and, you know, the idea of, like, crime, good, bad, you know, who deserves what, being the judge, and retribution. What is it called? Judge, jury, and judge, jury, and judge, jury, and executioner, if she has to be. If she has to be. Judge, jury, and executioner, if she has to be. And I think she's very cool. And this chapter made me like her. The overall plot of factory, murder in factory, finding out why the murder happened in the factory, the motive behind the murder in the factory. Very cool. I like how she interacts with all that. And to kind of extend off of that, I think Hase is okay. The more I think of him, the more I'm like, eh. as a villain, he doesn't show up like he feels very inconsequential. Which, to be fair, that was the point of what he was doing, right? He tried to go under the radar, super hard, like. And the only reason why he folded so easily was because of his kind of belief in his belief in lies, which, let's be fair, it kind of sucks. I don't like that. I wish he put up more of a fight like Geller. If he put up more of a fight like Geller, I would like him more because I like the idea of a killer that stands up for himself. You know what I mean? I like that idea. That stands up for his own, like what he believes in. Like, I like it, and it's basically what Thena is, right? But they kind of drown it out with that oh, he doesn't lie thing. And to be fair, it continues to build onto that character of, oh, he commits to what he believes in, right? But it's very, it's not great in my eyes. I think people will have different opinions from me with that though. Haz is okay. And character. Good motive. Beliefs. Beliefs. That's the best way to put him. So yeah. What else? The story was cool. This was the chapter that made me like super like the characters in this game. To be fair, if you gave, not only did you give Thena like her, this is her like spotlight chapter basically, right? Not only do you give her kind of space, but also like you get to see like parts and pieces of more parts and pieces of Redfins and Brian, and like you especially Brian. Redfins will continue to kind of be like that kind of super enigmatic, like, not super enigmatic, like she works with you, she does what she has to do, but like other than that, you don't really know about her personality other than she tries to make jokes with you. But yeah, I do like the other detective moments are oh so good. I do like the way they function, even if both Redfins and Brian aren't in the chapter as much as Thena. They both have their moments, I think. Really good characterizing moments. Is there anything else about this chapter that I really like? It was overall like a very like genuinely good experience. I do have some gripes. Let's talk about some of them. First of them being that one part. Let's be fair. That one part where they're like, maybe it's just me, but the mystery is very easy. It's very easy for you to jump ahead. Mystery is easy to see and jump ahead accidentally. I don't know if this was just a me thing. That one part where they're like, what, the one small thing in her testimony that seems off. First of all, it's one of those like open-ended, like there's something wrong in this statement, right? And you're like, okay, but also like there's so many ways that you could have interpreted that, and I think that's what it is. I think I don't know if it's actually, should I say it? I'm not super sure now that I think about it more, but Excuse me. I don't know if it, oh yeah, but I don't know if it's a translation thing, but it was definitely like, there was some, not, actually, no, it was very like inconsequential, so I won't dock it against it, but there was some like very minor translation. Mishaps. At the beginning, there's one at the beginning, I remember there's one in the middle, I think. I don't remember. But that's why I don't want to comment on it too much, because I don't really remember. There's no nothing really big miscommunications wise, but there. Okay, let's say this. Duo clue prompts. Confusion sometime. I think that's the best way to put it. Confusion sometime. Duo clue prompt confusion. Is there anything about the story that I super dislike? Not really. I wish we got to see. Wish seeing in the door. The jump scare was fun. Fun jump scare. And then Dina. Dina's so cool. Dina's so cool. Is there anything else that I really liked about it? I swear I had more thoughts, but I don't remember them. So I don't think I have any more. So let's come back here. Let's jump back here for a second. So, man. Chapter 2 of Stafford Case. Maybe I don't want to say it's like it was worse than I expected, but I think when you put it right up against Chapter 1, I think Chapter 1 is so good. Now that I'm playing it so close to each other and having time to synthesize all of it, I think Chapter 1 is really good, and I'm pretty sure it's better than Chapter 2 by just a little bit. Or I don't know. We'll have to see Chapter 3. Chapter 3, I'll be frank, Chapter 3 is when I start to lose, like, I make it sound like it's where I start I make it sound like it's where I start to lose like interest in the game. No, not at all. It's actually more of the opposite of where I don't know what's gonna happen, really. After Chapter 2 is kind of a blur for me. So we'll see. We'll see what I have to say about that. Because I did like rush play the rest of the game when I first played it the first time. So we'll see. But yeah, do I have anything else to talk about? Not really. Like I say, just a reminder for the people that, you know, watch the stream and they watch the stream constantly, or not constantly, or regularly, and they're wondering about the direction of the channel in terms of streams. I want to focus more on things where I am just comfortable playing, like, even if I was, like, by myself, you know what I mean? Like, I want to play games where I'm comfortable playing by myself. Like, if I'm... and where the comments of other people don't bother me. Or not even that. That's not even the way I want to say it. I like playing games. I stream the games that I play because I want to share them with people. I'm not here to talk, unfortunately. I'm not here to talk. And the main reason why I'm saying this is because the more I stream, the more my social battery like dies just a little bit. Just because my tolerance is slowly going down. It's like a battery, an overcharged battery, an overstimulated battery. But instead of a regular battery, is my social battery. Don't overcharge your batteries. But yeah. I play games because I have fun with them, you know. Stafford Case streams, like streams on Thursdays, they're mainly voice acting streams. So if you're interested in that, I think that's the main appeal of this. If you like my voice acting, come back. Do it. If you don't, too bad. Get out of here. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that. I think I said, I didn't say that clearly, but I think I said it clearly earlier when I first started the stream. So if you want to hear me say the actual thing that I want to say, go back there. So yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say though. So let's talk about my schedule. So today's Thursday. We play some Stafford Case. Next stream will be on Saturday, I think. God damn it! I keep opening Discord and I'm reading these messages, and I'm constantly wondering if I'll be available or not available, like for my next stream. Can I please have a just a concrete answer? Will I be on or off that day? Because I just need to know. Really, I need to know so I can tell you guys. That's my only concern. So yeah, next stream is probably Saturday. Let's see how that pans out. If it's not, if it is, hopefully. If it's not, oh well. It's Fields of Mystria, so maybe I'll just play it another day. And then we'll come back on Tuesday after the Saturday stream for another game. I don't know what game it's gonna be, but I have some ideas. I'll be frank. I talked about this game earlier, and I did kind of want to play, and it kind of fits the Tuesday kind of RPG theme, but it just came out, so it costs $60. It's a AAA game, and it costs $60. So if I decide to splurge on it or not, you'll hear from my finance team about that. But yeah, that'll be Thursday or Tuesday, and then Thursday we'll be back with Stafford Case Chapter 3 next week on Thursday. So if you like the stream, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the like buck. Do whatever you gotta do. I enjoy voice acting, even if if I don't have a lot of commentary about the game. If people are able to sit back and if I'm able to voice act, I'm happy with just doing that. So yeah. That'll be, yep, that's it. So Thursday, Saturday, Tuesday, and then Thursday again. That's my schedule every week, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So if you want to check it out, check it out. But that'll be it for me today. So thank you everybody for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, go do what you gotta do. Don't subscribe, don't like. I'm gonna get out of here because I am tired now. Music in 3, 2, 1. All right, peeps. That'll be it for me today. I'll see you when I see you guys again. I am so tired, actually. But I'll see you. Bye-bye. Bye.